everyone. How you doing? Oh, good. Well, welcome everyone. Thanks for everybody's attendance today. And so tonight is a workshop. We'll go over the agenda in just a few minutes. I want to thank introduce and thank our new member for joining us. Marty, can you just introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, my name's Marty Reel. I'm retired. I worked in the accounting field.
Marty,
Oh, sorry.
Tap, put your mic on and speak into it.
Okay.
Yeah, when it turns green, it's on.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name's Marty Reel. I'm retired. I worked in the accounting field for most of my career, and I've lived in Boulder City for over 40 years, so I really care about the town, and I'm glad to be on the committee.
Thanks, Barney. Okay, so I'll read through the agenda, and I think quickly though that just mention two things I think going forward. First off, if we can get back to our regular scheduled first Wednesday meetings, does the committee agree that that still works? Okay. And then, so again tonight, I guess since the seat on the agenda, everything is just a discussion. There's no voting tonight, but we can have discussion and just get a feel for what's needed. And Dennis and Josh, if we can collect, for right now, for lack of a better word, the deliverables from either side of the committee or anybody else that is going to come back with something in the future date. If we can state it can be done at the next meeting or sent out or something like that, then if we can get that written and captured in the meetings, that would be great. Minutes. Thanks. Okay, so I guess now we show any, I'll read through the agenda and then if anybody has any comments after I'm done, then we can discuss it really quick. And also if anybody has any preferences for moving anything around. And then we'll start with public comment, but let me just read through it real quick. Pursuant to Section 3 of the Declaration of Emergency Directive 006, there will be no in-person attendance at this meeting. The public may view the meeting live at the following link. Can you put that link up? I guess if anybody's listening, they won't be able to see it on the thing. So it's https://www.bcnv.org/one-9-1//city-council-meeting-live-stream-video. And I believe that's on the website, isn't it? If you want to go and say, how do I, and look up, looking at live video, you can find it there. For more information regarding Directive 006, see the following: http://gov.nv.gov/news/emergency space orders capital ORDERS/2020/2020-03-22 space COVID COVID space 19 space declaration space. Looks like these are underscores. They got okay underscores. All those that indicated as spaces are actually underscores. Of emergency underscore directive underscore 006 / it got lost in the underline, sorry. Extensions of Directive 006 have been included in this section of 6 of Directive 16, Section 23 of Directive 18, and currently Section 37 of Directive 21, found at the following link: https://NV healthresponse.nevada.gov/WP content/2020/directive-021-phase-2-reopening-plan.pdf. I thought we were bad in the government with all our numbers. Items listed on the agenda may be taken out of order. 2 or more items for consideration may be combined, and any item on the agenda may be removed or related discussions may be delayed at any time. Call to order. Public comment. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If any agenda item is also listed as public hearing, persons may wait to speak until that particular item. Public comment, whether on an agenda item or general public comment, is limited to up to 5 minutes per person. Members of the public may participate in the meeting without being physically present by one of the following methods. Written comments may be submitted via the public comment forum, www.bcnv.org/form/center/contact-form-city-council-comment-form-111. So those, if anybody is interested online via the video, you also can find the packet on the agenda on the website, and these are also listed on the agenda. So for anything, if I have gone too fast. Written comments may be submitted by emailing cityclerk@bcnv.org. Written comments may be added to the record. Public commenters may leave a voicemail at 702-293-9210. Message received will be broadcast into the council chamber. To comment during the meeting, members of the public may call 702-589-9629. Again, that's 702-589-9629.
Hello?
Hello, I have public comment whenever you're ready.
Okay, let me finish reading through it, please. Okay, presentation of the water. So the agenda for tonight is number 1, presentation of the water and sewer condition assessment by Brown and Caldwell. Okay, so I can still talk about the agenda after the comment? I just remember we had some issues with that, so I want to make sure.
I've already seen the agenda and been listening, so I'm privy to what the subject of tonight is.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yes, good afternoon, committee members. Fred Volz for the record. There are a number of questions regarding the Brown and Caldwell water and sewer condition assessment that will hopefully be clarified by the consultants or utility director. Why were only 42 of the 191 air release valves surveyed given the problems discovered is one question. Shouldn't utility staff have unearthed the other ones that were buried for examination? Are 21 out of 6,205 water meter vaults surveyed a good sampling of conditions across the city? Will the butterfly valves break before the 20-year switch-out plan for water lateral replacements? What, if anything, can be done to stop the severe sewer system corrosion along Buchanan, the main path to the treatment plant, and why were only 10% of the 1,794 manholes assessed, given the deterioration found in those that were assessed? Multiple maintenance deficiencies in the report suggest non-existent past maintenance, as is the case with the electric system. Will there be discussion today about the utility department creating and implementing a regular maintenance plan going forward to maximize the useful life of water and wastewater infrastructure? As for the capital improvement projects, we still lack clarity on how much residual money budgeted, appropriated, and collected, but unspent, exists as the numbers and included projects keep shifting. The original list of historic projects has arbitrarily had many projects deleted from subsequent versions, as though removing those projects magically reconciled the unspent money. In that original version a year ago, there was an over $26 million difference between the budgeted and spent monies. Then the October 2019 version cut the difference to a little over $21 million. The December 2019 version cut it to a little over 20 million of unreconciled monies. An early 2020 version saw the unreconciled monies at a little over 14 million. The May and August 2020 versions, expressed in different formats, show available utility budgets to be spent of 8 million plus and 18 million plus, respectively. Meanwhile, the rate study shows 16.8 million of unrestricted cash, while the last financial statement from the city finance director provided to city council shows $20 million of unrestricted utility cash. None of the numbers are visibly tying, and the CIP coordinator has dropped historic project reconciliation of unspent monies, giving the appearance that the unspent historical project monies have been siphoned off for other purposes from utility funds. Another question, why have new projects and new budgets been added to utility capital spending when the City Council voted a 6-month citywide moratorium on new capital projects in June? It's also curious that fiscal year 2026 utility capital projects have been inserted by both the rate consultant and the utility director, even though City Council only approved capital projects extending to fiscal year 25 in the city manager's 5-year plan. On whose authority were these fiscal year 2026 numbers added? Regarding the rate study, no detail has been presented to justify the city finance director's large increase in central services charges to utilities. Apparently, she has unilaterally decided to bring more revenue to the city general fund by tacking on more administrative charges, really new taxes, to utility ratepayers. We need to see her backup justifications for layering more city hall expense onto utility ratepayers, especially when the city golf courses and city airport are not receiving similar allocations and increases in central services charges. In the same vein, just because other cities in the Las Vegas Valley charge franchise fees, why should Boulder City utility ratepayers be saddled with a new 5% franchise fee for the claimed use of city residents' property, which is only managed but not owned by city officials? Both of these proposed increases negate the proposed decrease to water monthly service fees and the slight decrease in kilowatt hour charges, effectively creating a rate increase. Lastly, increases in city utility personnel expenses in the rate model of 10.9%, 10%, and 11.7% from fiscal year 2021 to 22 for electric, water, and wastewater, respectively, are far in excess of labor union contracts or inflation and need to be reduced. And I would ask that these comments be added verbatim to the meeting record. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. So is anybody else on the line? We'll just wait about a minute. Okay, well, it's probably not quite a minute, but that's pretty close. I'll go ahead and finish reading the agenda, and if there is anybody out there in the comment period, we'll still take the comments before we close out the agenda. Okay, so the agenda items are the presentation for water, the presentation for electric capital improvements, ongoing capital improvements, presentation on the utility, rate study, discussion of timescales for completing and drafting reports submitted to the City Council, and discussion of future agenda items, and then the ending public comment period. Is there any reason that anybody would want to move any of the items around? Okay. The one question I think we did also have when we were talking about the future meetings was, again, I guess we can't vote, but we need to, maybe you can also email if need be, is if we're okay with the 3:30 meetings or if we would prefer to go back to 6. Does anybody have a comment on that? Eileen?
I'm fine.
Okay. Ronnie, Greg, George? Okay. So I guess, Dennis, if that works for you, then we can we can continue on it, as long as we get sort of somewhat back to normal. I know with everything, COVID's not, everything's happening and everything, but just if we can get some things going on, because so we'll talk about in 5 and 6, but just quickly now, we're behind the ball again as we were last year, and as far as certain meetings go, as far as the budgets are concerned, and as far as what the city would like things to be tentatively voted on, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to have to get back on, and that'll be, I guess, one thing we can decide, especially on 6, is how do we stay on track. So anybody have any comments on the agenda? Okay, so I guess hearing no need to change anything, we will start with the presentation by Brown and Caldwell. And did you want to introduce that, Dennis, or just go straight into it?
I can introduce that. We have with us today. Oh, there it goes. We have with us today John Osborne from Brown and Caldwell. He'll be presenting just an overall summary of the results of the condition assessment work. There was a more detailed presentation made at the March 9th meeting, so you should have that in your older packet. But that was quite a while ago, so we thought it would be good just to get him in here to be able to give you a chance to ask questions and do a high-level presentation and go from there.
So, and as always, are you okay with us asking questions as you go?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we got the slide presentation. So just for starters, my name is John Osborne. I'm here with Brown and Caldwell. We did the assessment of the wastewater and the water system for the Boulder City in order to establish a capital improvement plan moving forward. I'm not sure where to, I need to. Okay, so the first element we wanted to visit about was the reservoirs. The city has 7 reservoirs, 5 of those that are active. Those 5 reservoirs were all assessed through a dive team, and we found that the overall condition of the reservoirs were in fairly good condition. We did find some valves, some other rust spots and things on some pipeline. And so we've identified some of those repairs to be made as part of the CIP. But in overall operation, we recommended another visit by the assessment dive team in the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I guess we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a minute, but I don't think we have anything on the reservoirs in the CIP for this 5 years. Is that correct?
There is.
Yeah, reservoir. Okay, so it's further out. I must have missed that. Okay, I'll wait till we get there then to make sure. Because at one point, I believe it was in March, you were looking at possibly using divers to correct it instead of draining it. Are we going to talk about that in a minute, or are we going to have to drain some of the reservoirs?
Yeah, so some of those valves are submerged, and so the plan would be if we could be able to go out and make that change so that they are outside of the reservoir, so that they can be maintained in a vault outside of the reservoir in the future. So some of those would have to be drained in order to complete that construction. So a lot of that can be done outside, and then the removal of the submerged valve could happen after the fact.
I was waiting for the rest of the presentation. What he's talking about is going to be a lot more extensive than what we've got in our CIP for the valve upgrades.
Okay. Well, then we'll talk about it let's talk about the CIP. That will finish up the presentation.
I mean, that would be ideal to be able to do that. Obviously, budgets would have to play a role in that. Be quicker, easier. Send in a dive team in order to make that occur. But for the future, more sustainable operation, it'd be nice to get those valves out of a submerged condition.
If the submerged valve is replaced, then we can shut it off, saving the water, and then put an external valve on.
So these are just a few of the photographs from the dive team. So the water distribution, 42 of the 191 were assessed. So part of that is that a lot of those air release valves that were identified in the GIS were actually blow-off. So there's not actually valves on there. It's just an opening where they can allow air in or out of the pipeline. And so there weren't actually valves that were identified there. So we just didn't have enough to go through and identify and uncover all of the rest of those, but those that were accessible.
Now, is that going to be problematic in the future, or is that going to need to be looked at then, or because you have to get so those that haven't been unburied, I'd assume you'd want to unbury some to find out what the conditions are in, just like an idea.
Most of those, as I said, are blow-offs. They're not actually an operational air valve that would need to be maintained as frequently as just a blow-off. So it's not nearly as critical. Okay. And then these are.
Excuse me, so actually how many air release valves are there?
Well,
said 42,
we identified 42.
Okay, and the rest are assumed to be blow-offs?
Yeah, we weren't able to get to all the rest of those.
And how many
So we
weren't you
don't-
able to get to?
Well, we were able to get to the 42.
Okay, and so you're assuming the rest are
We don't know.
blow-offs?
I don't want to assume
Unknown.
that, but because of the things that we did find out in the field, that many of those were a blow-off and not an air release valve.
I'm confused. There's 42 air release valves.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of them, you don't know what they are. You didn't look at them, or you did find some and they are blow-offs?
Well, we were looking at the larger pipelines. So those are the more critical pipelines. So the distribution of all of the ARVs that are identified in the GIS, we did not go to the smaller diameter, nor did we do that in the small diameter sanitary sewer collection system. This is really the backbone framework of the utility system. So we focused in on the larger diameters. Okay.
So that if there was a break, then that wouldn't be as much.
It would be on a small diameter.
Okay.
Yep. So the meter vaults, those are larger diameter meter vaults, and not the meters that are identified at each one of the residentials. So those meters are more the large diameter commercial industrial properties. So that's why the number there's quite a discrepancy there between those two numbers.
Well, the other thing, if I understand correctly, okay, so you're saying the meter vaults, so the 6,000 is basically all the customers.
Yep.
Okay. And so didn't we just change out the water meters? We changed out the electrical. Did we change out the water meters or just part? We've changed out some of the water meters.
Those are being changed out as part of an existing program. As those are being changed out, those are also put in automatic readers. And you can confirm that for me as your, that's correct, right?
And is that part of the maintenance schedule or is that part of a SIP?
It is part of the maintenance schedule.
Okay. So I guess that's what helps, because then it's not, that also I think hopefully can answer Fred's question. So you'll be assessing them as you replace them. So it's not as, so as long as you get the major ones that have any potential to be a
the larger diameter
problem.
ones that are of more concern, then those are the ones that we performed a full assessment on.
And then you've assessed, so in the maintenance aspect, I'm assuming that everything's being considered the higher risks are trying to be changed out first, of course.
Yep.
Et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the PRVs, those were all taken a look at, and those were all provided as far as replacements and included into the CIP. Water laterals, just like the meters at each one of the customer locations, were also identified in there as a replacement with the copper lines. So those details, and that's also part of the maintenance program. And then we've got the butterfly valves that we've got, and replacing those with a resilient seat gate valve. And those are also correspond with a lot of the maintenance that they're replacing those as best they can in order to isolate certain areas of town as those failures come up, and then they're replacing those, and then they're accelerating that as part of the CIP.
So the butterfly valves are on the CIP. The water laterals with the copper pipe, is that the main? It says main copper. Is that main copper pipe on the CIP? Is that is this one associated with that also, or is that separate?
That's what that is.
Okay, so when we get to that, we can just confirm it. Thank you.
Now, the wastewater was all combined with both the collection system and the sewer treatment plant. So we took a look at the 3 lift stations. Now they're numbered lift station 1, 3, and 4. There is no lift station 2, just for clarification. So we identified some elements at each one of those lift stations that needed to be taken care of, and those are included. Lift station 1 would be the first one that would receive that, then 3, and then 4 ultimately out in the future, and that's part of the ultimate CIP plan. Sewer collection system, 185 of the 1,700 manholes. Again, those were the large diameters. Those were 18-inch and larger that are in the collection system. Buchanan was the one that we saw. We identified most of the corrosion in there. And with respect to the comment, the public comment that came in, is that you typically see the corrosion in the larger diameter pipelines. The wastewater stream is a little bit older, and you have a lot more off-gassing in those larger diameters, and that's where it's very typical to see a lot more of the corrosion. So the manholes that are going to be up in cul-de-sac, smaller diameter residential areas, you certainly don't see the corrosion that we're seeing that's coming down Buchanan. So that's why we included that in the first part of our collection system assessment to get that taken care of. And there's a lot of different methodologies in order to do the rehabilitation on those. There's epoxy coatings, there's inserts that can be put into there. Those kinds of services are inert to those gases and help those structures to have a much longer service life. So yeah, there's a lot of different methodologies that are available out there that have proven to be very useful.
So do I understand you correctly? They're currently being looked into, but there is no.
They're included in the CIP for these pipelines that we identified. We've specifically called out the manholes that need to be included in the rehabilitation program, and that is part of the capital improvement.
Okay. So yes, when we get there, then we might probably discuss that a little bit more. So on the manholes, is there, would it help to just do a random selection of some of the medium-sized, if I'm understanding, just to say?
We certainly could do that in order to identify maybe some areas of town that are what is considered hot gases that are in those. But that's why we focused in on the larger diameter. So 18-inch is kind of the typical large diameter to small diameter breaking point. And so that's why we kind of chose that diameter, and we selected those manholes specifically because they would be more susceptible to corrosion, and so that's why we picked those.
Right. Now, if I understand correctly from March, that you were limited on scope due to the money that was assigned to this overall.
Right. So a lot of times we would go into these manholes and we would do some physical testing on the manholes to see how soft the concrete is, and then we would definitely identify. We would probably also have all of those ladder rungs removed as part of the rehabilitation, just simply because those are typically not safe in order to step on those that have been in service for 30, 40 plus years. And so typically anybody that would enter into the manhole would be set up on a tripod, cabled down in, and that's a much more safe practice. So we'd remove those and get the surface broke down, cleaned out, and then we would put some kind of a rehabilitation coating or lining system on that manhole.
So Dennis, is there a report at the end of this assessment for everything, and then decide what still needs to be done and or might be looked at in the future, et cetera, et cetera? Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. So for the areas, or for the smaller diameter pipelines, our wastewater folks out in the field keep an eye, they're out there doing maintenance. Sometimes they TV when we have the funds available, they do TV inspections. So we do have a regular maintenance program. I will tell you that this year we had to cut the maintenance budget for Mike's group, unfortunately, because of COVID, and we didn't know what was going to happen. But I did add money into the future years to do more TV inspection, so we could start inspecting some of those smaller diameter pipelines.
Okay. I just thought that might also help answer Fred's question a little bit too.
Yeah. So a lot of it they do already, but we do need to do more.
Yep. And then after we report, then we can. So again, after Brown Caldwell's finished with their overall assessment, there'll be a report, find out what can be done with the amount of money that we have for this contract is what we have, right? We have under this contract, and then see what has to be done from there. I'm assuming that's, if I understood, it was like a two-step process.
Right, and then there's those appendices that are part of that report. Those will have each one of those manholes identified, and you can go and see what our recommendations are for the house.
Okay, thank you.
Out at the wastewater treatment plant, so the headworks, that is already in under, I believe it's under contract right now, Dennis. The work that's being done at the headworks in order to improve the grit removal, the aeration basins, slope stability, and being able to improve the cleaning operation that are out there. We're going to be relining each one of those basins, and that'll be sequential. So they'll take one offline and do that, and that's laid out in the CIP. And then a redundant chlorine contact chamber at the bottom end of the treatment plant that is also included in there. So, and that's the plan on the wastewater treatment plant. So here's the capital improvement plan for the water system. This is laid out year by year. This also incorporates a lot of the water line replacement that's part of the maintenance program as well.
Now, this is your recommended.
Right. So I know that there were some concerns about some of the later years on there, but that's just part of programming, especially and planning, just to make sure that we understand that we're not going to be able to get all of those butterfly valves replaced, in the next 5 years. There's a lot of valves that are in the system, and so those kind of programs are going to have to continue to be on the 5 years.
Okay, I made a note on here that it doesn't match the projects with the CIP that we were given on the June 24th meeting, so has that been changed?
We did make some minor modifications while we were coordinating between the rate study consultant and the Brown and Caldwell folks, so yes.
So, but is this what was approved by council? Or this is what you're going to recommend?
This is what we're recommending.
Okay,
Now, there was FY '21 was approved by council.
yeah.
But, and this council approves them mostly yearly, but we have to look at them obviously out into the future, both for the purposes of figuring out what we need to be doing and for doing the financial planning side. So that's why we wanted to coordinate so close between the two. So there were some minor modifications that were made.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I guess we'll get, when we get to the ongoing, it might be helping a little bit, because when I looked at this first, looking down to the bottom, I saw that the copper service replacement didn't go out. Then I see it's on top, so by having it, I believe that's the same project, so it's a little confusing when you say new, and then you have the ongoing. I believe that's the same project, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's what confused me. I didn't see, because I saw the SIP saying, okay, we're going out in the future, then I just, I didn't see that 600,000 going for it, because it's new, it's not under ongoing.
It was actually just as confusing when we showed them together.
Okay. One of the ones I really got really confused on is the water line to El Dorado. So we have 3 line items. We had 2 in the past, and what I can understand when you're going to, and we maybe get to the ongoing, we had 2 that was combined into 1. So the water line to El Dorado Valley, the UW 171, I thought was finished. And now we're showing that there's 408,000 in 2021 that is available to work on. We have the PRV stations that I think that we understand, and we have the PRV design. But what do we still have to work on the old line?
So they are both, so there were 2 phases originally, the phase to bore underneath the freeway, as well as the extension and to make the connection into the existing system. And then the other phase, which was to extend it down to basically the I-11 corridor. Those are done. So that water is just money that's remaining. The PRV design and the PRVs are something that need to be added in order to use that pipeline the way it should be used. So, and I don't have an explanation or a reason why they didn't include the PRVs with the project themselves. It was before me, but if and when we use that pipeline, it definitely has to have PRVs.
That part I understand, but it's right now you're showing it as an expense, not, at least that's the way I see it, and it's also on the ongoing. That's the one reason it's frustrating. The fiscal year 2021 water line to El Dorado, the UW 171, is showing as an expense to this year, not just what money available. It's a budget available, but it's also an expense. I'd assume that there's a project associated with it, and that's what I'm trying to, I think you're telling us is there's no project associated with that line item. So theoretically, it should be dropped. And if you want, we'll bring it on the ongoing to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly.
But I see what you're saying, but the projects are done though.
Then it'd be good to take it off this and the other ongoing one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, anybody else have any comments on the water CIP? Did I interrupt? I'm sorry. Okay, Greg.
Hey, Dennis, this is a side note, but the PRV design for the water system 2 going down El Dorado Valley, that's going to come head on with the water tap that's going to be allocated for the new solar farm going around 95 and I-11. So I think some of the cost should be borne by the developer because he's going to be extending the water line past his property down below I-11 going towards 95.
No, he's coming in from the other direction. So he's coming in from the treatment plant side.
That's for
Because-
construction water, but what about his fire protection? And
No,
his
that is for
potable
fire
water?
protection.
So we got a third line heading down towards El Dorado Valley?
It's an extension, no, it's just going, are you talking about the town site
Yeah.
solar, right?
Town site.
Yeah, it just extends, the treatment plant's almost right there at the freeway. It just goes under the freeway and over to where they're gonna have their, where they have to have necessary fire protection. They
So-
don't need fire protection on the other side.
So what are they using, non-potable,
For
basically?
construction water, they're gonna use effluent.
Okay, and then what are they gonna use for fire protection? Potable or non-potable?
Potable.
Okay, so we're gonna take the Buchanan water line and extend it down to their site, where their office is gonna be.
From the treatment plant, just right there at the upstream side of the wastewater plant.
I don't think the capacity's there.
Well, they have to figure that out. They have to do hydraulic studies. They haven't even submitted those yet.
Okay,
But that's the plan they're looking at.
okay.
Because-
That's something we
because-
gotta address in our CIP,
Well, we-
capital, you know, for.
Well, we would make them pay for whatever they had to do. So if they had to, when they get their hydraulic studies done, that's what will determine what they have to do.
And then that line will die right there at that site? Or does it have the capacity to be extended?
I don't think we'd want to extend it.
Okay, well, that's something we gotta write in the contract.
Well,
Well, no, what I'm
this is
saying
the
is.
hydraulic detail they need to figure out.
Yeah,
The
but-
concern we would have is by extending that pipeline or even extending from the other direction is it creates water quality problems on the potable side.
right, because
So
right
that's
now
what we
our
have to
potable
do.
water coming down Buchanan, going to the golf course is gonna be capped, and we're gonna be using lake water or untreated water to water the golf course. So the capacity of that water line, are we gonna take the capacity of that water line down Buchanan and use it for fire protection at the airport? And then go from the airport back down to,
Airport already has fire protection.
on all the buildings? All the hangars?
That I couldn't tell you.
Okay, well, that's what I hear rumblings about. They want to put fire protection in the hangars. Okay, and so we have to make a determination.
If it's in the hangars, that's different from fire protection that would be required off of a hydrant. The hydrants are already there for the airport.
Right,
The
but if they,
demand off of a fire suppression system is minimal compared to,
well, that's if all hell doesn't break loose, pardon my
Right.
language. But what I'm saying is we're getting into a bottleneck down there at Buchanan and basically veterans. And, you know, I'm just trying to get my head around it as a utility advisory committee, is to some of this stuff is not being discussed, and then we're gonna get hit with this, and all of a sudden it's like, okay,
and so to put it into perspective, that's why we have a water model. And that's why we take the detailed information from whoever the developer is. It doesn't even have to be a solar developer. See if it works with the model. If it doesn't, they have to come up with another solution.
the thing I'm seeing about the utility advisory committee though is we're always behind the 8 ball in information. You know,
Well,
we're
we
not
don't-
giving
we
it
don't-
ahead of schedule, we're giving it behind schedule, and we gotta look at it and figure out if, you know, like we're talking about, we got a budget we have to worry about.
Right.
COVID-19 that we got hit with, and we've got all this stuff we wanna try to do,
Right,
and we've gotta make sure we can do it, and we've gotta make sure we can do it in proper time.
right. But you're talking about utility master planning, which is done by typically us or the professionals, not a utility advisory committee.
But we have to make recommendations to city council as to whether or not it's a feasible project or not a feasible project. And if it can be fit in the budget.
If it's a CIP project.
All right,
Right.
okay, thank you.
So I'm sorry, the last question I had on the water.
Okay.
I see the reservoir improvements, so that's, you've got that down for 2 years, is that what I'm looking at, right? 80,559? Yeah. Okay, and that's, those prices are including draining the reservoir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So it would basically be designed in 21.
Okay, I'll just repeat it. So it'll be designed in 21, and then following in 22 would be what you'd be looking at. So your design is your 80,000, and the work and draining and all that is the 559,000. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and then we've got the CIP for the wastewater plan. And that's, as I said, that kind of lays out here, the lift station number 1 would be the first one, and then we'd go down 3 and 4. Then we've got our redundant chlorine contact chamber. We've got the basin lining that would be going out there as well. That would go on in a group year after year. And then we've got our sanitary sewer rehabilitation, and those are just taking care of those large diameter manholes.
Now, so the Buchanan, well, that's a relocation. So the manholes, okay, that starts this year. But so the sewer lines on Buchanan, not just the relocation, or maybe I'm misunderstanding. So what you talked about in your presentation about the corrosion issues inside, that's the manholes and the pipes itself. Is that correct, or is that just the manholes?
That's just the manholes. We did not go down any of the pipelines. We did not have any video going down the pipelines. There is some video that the city does have, but we did not identify or assess any of the pipe. So some of that is lined, some of it is not lined. I don't know if we've got a full understanding of what is lined and not, but certainly those that we've got high corrosion, we want to make sure. My understanding is those large diameter pipes have been lined with CIPP.
Okay, so but that would have to be in another study, as if I understand correctly,
Right.
to make sure that we're not having any.
Yeah, and the manholes, my understanding is that the manholes on those large diameters are the ones that remain to be coated and rehabilitated, which stands to reason because a lot of times the corrosion accelerates once those pipelines are coated.
Okay, and Dennis, I'm hoping that we don't have to worry about it, but we'll get into that in the slide with the rate study, and where we look at all the reserves, and we have a $5 million capital reserve. So that's all of the utilities, if I understand correctly. And if we did have a sewer main issue, that could cover that if it had to. Is that correct? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding the proper aspect.
Yeah, and like you said, they did do some previous lining of that sewer because they did have problems before. I don't know why they didn't address the manholes at the same time, but we need to take care of the manholes. And then as we start televising and inspecting on a more regular basis, we can get a better handle on it.
So that'll be part of your maintenance schedule?
That'd be part of our
But if we have an unexpected, but basically that's the one thing with the 500 million capital, it's really more of a major problem.
Right.
And not just an overage in the capital.
Yeah, and I wouldn't anticipate in this case that it would be it could be a problem, but I don't think it would be a huge financial problem.
Okay, but at least that's where that funds could be used if it was a
Yes.
problem. Go ahead, sorry.
On this capital improvement plan, the fourth one down, rehabilitate sanitary sewer manholes. And then down under sanitary sewer rehabilitation, you said that was for the manholes. So it looks like we got it on here twice?
No, we've got both. So we've got future money in the event we determine we need to do any main work on the 18-inch as well as the manholes.
There's one line that says rehabilitate sanitary sewer manholes for fiscal year 2021 for $120,000.
Right.
Then there's rehabilitate 18-inch sanitary sewer mains,
Right.
which is
That's the pipeline.
pipe, right. But then further down, fourth one from the bottom, it says sanitary sewer rehabilitation, and he just said that was for rehabilitating the manholes, the large diameter manholes. So, and we got 100,000 there.
Well, and what that was a carryover from previous CIP, 5-year CIP, so we just left that 100,000 in there for whatever purpose. So it may not have a real purpose, but if we needed it, then we could use it. There was in the previous CIPs before me and others, there were, I would tend to call them placeholders, because they wanted to make sure they had some ongoing budgets for whatever would come up that they couldn't cover with maintenance. So that was just a leftover.
So that should actually be removed, because
It could be removed.
we've got it on there twice, and there's no
It
reason to
could
have
be
it on there
removed, or you
twice.
could add it to the other one.
So you think it's actually going to be 220,000?
Like I said, it would cover something that came up. That's all it's there for. Budget provided is what they estimated. That 100,000 was already there.
Okay, so we should actually remove that 100,000.
We could.
Well, I think what they're saying is probably safer, and on the ongoing, I'd say what we do is go ahead and combine it, because then if it's not used, then it should be dropped at the end of the year, hopefully then.
If
So-
it's not used, it just stays in the fund balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then we would drop,
It's
but,
just when you identify a project that you don't know if you're going to need it, I mean, and
Yeah,
say it's a placeholder, it would be better to say emergency fund or,
And
maybes.
we have been getting rid of some of those,
Yeah.
so it's just kind of a cleanup process.
yeah, that's where I think we need to
But I
really
agree.
look at the ongoing, I think, try to clean some of this up, because it is confusing.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Thanks. Oh, Dennis, before you leave, because it's probably a question for you.
I tried.
Yeah, I know you tried. So I think Greg's back to it, hopefully. So towards the very bottom, you've got 2019 PLC SCADA upgrades. On the ongoing capital, it was a rollover from last year. You have it for 2020, then we don't have it going forward. There was some money spent, but it looked like it wasn't finished.
Yeah, there's this much left.
So there should be a little bit of money in 2020 just to be a technical weenie.
No, but yeah, it's essentially done.
Now, did this cover all the water projects or just the
No,
sewer?
this was just the wastewater side.
So we still
The
got,
lift
'cause-
station upgrades. Most of the water's done. And then we're building into the electrical CIP, just doing improvements to SCADA as we do the project.
so you're just doing them, okay, you're doing this, so you're not putting it as a separate
It's
item?
not necessarily a specific item in there, but we are trying to do those SCADA improvements as we go.
Yeah, because when we first started this committee, I thought that was one thing that was stated, that it was.
Yeah. What we
the
did is include some funding, but we're also working with the same vendor that does the rest of our SCADA to better identify exactly what those needs are. Then we'll be able to compare that to each of these projects to see if we need to modify anything.
Yeah,
I don't expect to.
Okay.
But that would just be something we'd do next year if we had to.
Yeah, because I think hopefully this is not as a big a scale, but Greg probably helped me. I think when WAPA used to talk about it, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $1 million, when they had a major upgrade in SCADA, so.
Yeah, I don't expect ours to be major. It's not going to be small, but that's why we have some additional money in each one of the specific projects.
Some of the skate work has already been done down at the Boulder City tap location, and also that's a key area to get Western States Power Authority Administration back into us. That's where some of the added cost to the Boulder City tap project came from, was some of the unknowns that had to be brought up to current U.S. standards. One of them, which is really kind of funny to everybody, but real quick, the power companies, when they have an outage or they have a loss of power, they have to coordinate somehow in where the fault started. So they've had to put satellite clocks in every single power station relay room to where all the satellite clocks are synchronized to thousandths of a second or hundredths of a second, to where they can follow the faults as it comes down through a system. That was one of the things we didn't have in our Boulder City tap project budget, along with some additional relays, because they had to then go from the 69 kV circuit breaker to the 230 kV circuit breaker controls to bang those two circuit breakers open should there be a fault with the transformer. That wasn't included, and then WAPA wanted control of them all the way back up to their central office in Phoenix. So that's where some of the costs came into on the Boulder City tap Phase 2 increase, okay? And what we're doing right now is with what's been put in, like on the 69 kV loop, Dennis is aware of it, I'm aware of it. We've now got fiber optic coming from substation 3 all the way to 6, and that's basically 1/3 of the ring. Okay, so now when we go to the Boulder City tap and do the Boulder City tap to the Buchanan circuit, we'll string new OPGW cable on the top. That'll allow us to talk into Buchanan. And then if we go from 6 down to Buchanan and back into WAPA, we've now got a fiber optic that's impervious to resistance of copper wire and other problems. Then we'll have a token ring, and we can have a double ring through the city and start talking to all these relays and looking at our system smarter. So that's what's going to happen.
So, and that's why I say, so you don't see a separate SCADA CIP project. We're trying to do them as we go with these projects.
Okay, I just, since I saw the one and didn't see the other ones, I was just
Right.
making sure I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if you want to drill into more of the details, that's part of the presentation that was given back in March, but that's really a summary of the utility assessment and CIP.
I guess I'm just gonna go around the bend then right quick either way, and I'll do it on each agenda item just to make sure. Eileen, do you have any other questions? No. Howard? No, I'm good. George?
Yeah, I got a generic question because I'm not quite familiar with the process. So you're doing a condition assessment, which means you go around and see what kind of work needs to be done.
Correct.
But then you do the work, or?
No, then we identify it, we put together a relative budget of what we anticipate those costs will be, and then we help identify that out and put that into a capital improvement program on an annual basis so that we can plug those in and take a look at the more critical items in the earlier years, and then so that your system becomes more sustainable.
But is the work put out to bid then, or how does it work?
So what typically is done, and it depends on the size of the projects, frankly, but depending on the size of the projects, we would go out for statement of qualifications for consultants to do the design, or we could do it in-house. It just depends on what's going on. And then we would bid them out for construction.
So it would be different people, not these guys.
Well, they do that stuff too, but it would likely be a group of different consulting engineers depending on what work is going on.
There's a potential conflict of interest if I'm a contractor and I come in and I say, well, this is you need $200,000 in upgrades and I'll do it for you, and don't worry, no one else needs to.
No, the same firms that do condition assessments do engineering, design, construction all the time.
But there's no checking to make sure the numbers are sensible? Or?
Oh, they check when you get in design, these estimates are very high level estimates. They don't get into the detail that you get into once you get into design. As an example, the BC Tap to Buchanan project, we came up with a budget during the CIP process, not knowing exactly how much it's going to cost, but we had a good idea what the 69 kV loop cost, and we're able to use that to come up with a budget. The engineer will work with the contractor on that project I just mentioned. At 60% design, they'll come up with a more solid estimate. So we'll know probably within 2 weeks or 3 weeks what that BC Tap to Buchanan project's actually going to cost.
Okay, as long as there's a sort of outside check, because it seems to me there's a sort of, the checks and balances go out of the window if, I'm doing the work and I'm giving you the estimate and no one's looking at anything. It's kind of tricky. Anyway, that's my point.
I mean, gotcha. Okay.
And then ultimately that would go into a bidding process, and the contractor would be the one that would provide the final price, he's got to buy the materials and pay the labor and provide the equipment to install it.
I've got no questions. I got a pretty good idea what's going on. The only thing I was going to ask is it's, what is it, HS6 is that, hydrogen sulfide gas? That's coming off the sewer?
H2S.
H2S, okay, long
Hydrogen
time since
sulfide,
I've been, yeah. Is there a way to mitigate that through a chemical process?
Yeah, there is a drip that you can put upstream from that area, and that helps with odors and some corrosion, but it doesn't solve all of that, just because the nature of concrete
Right.
is corrosive in that environment, and so the H2S mixes with the water, and that creates sulfuric acid, which concrete does not like.
Are we doing injection at the last lift station at Nevada Way and US Highway 93?
Yes, we are.
Can we increase the amount of injection?
There's a limit to that, so I don't know what the quantity is. I mean, it'll so there's a benefit that it will get to a certain point, and it won't improve
When you hit the
anymore.
peak of the bell curve, it isn't any better. It isn't any better to put more in.
Doesn't matter how much you.
Yeah, because I was living here years ago when they did the upgrade on the Buchanan line below Nevada Way, which is now Boulder City Parkway, and they were having a heck of a fight with that. They actually lost one whole grade ring on the manhole, and that's when they knew they had a problem.
Yeah.
So I understand the condition assessment, and I understand how they're doing it. But like you said, there's different things you can do. The biggest thing is, I agree with you, the ladder rungs have to go. That's a safety hazard, because they're corroded.
Right.
So they've got to go, and then when they cut them off, they got to be sealed to where they don't have any more degradation.
Yeah, and that's all part of your detailed design. They would lay
Right,
that out
exactly.
and to rehabilitate the structure, and then you protect that structure
Yep.
with some rehabilitation process, whether that's a coating, a liner, an insert. There's a lot of different processes that are out there.
Okay, thank you.
And the other thing is, we're also doing the evaluation of the Hemingway system, the model. Again, it's not the model of every single pipe, because we can't afford to do that, but that'll give us a better idea of the capacity of the pump stations, how much we're pumping. Then you can use that data to look at some of those curves you mentioned and see if there's a different concentration or amount of sodium nitrate or bioxide, right? Bioxide that we can inject into that, where it'll still be better, possibly. But till we get those numbers, we won't know that.
The one thing I noticed on the assessment that was done is they said there's no protection around, I don't remember the lift station, but it's the last one there by the old visitor center, which is now going to be Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
Are we going to put a fence up before they let the Chamber of Commerce move in there?
We planned it in with whatever the schedule we put on that project, so.
That's part of the.
It's part of that project, but
Whatever that project is would be security as part of that.
But we just announced that the Chamber of Commerce is going to be opening up the old visitor center to be their new headquarters. That site is not protected, and you're going to have visitors, guests, and everything, and probably overnight campers that aren't aware of our limits and stuff. And I think because that is a viable and very vital city function, if somebody gets over there and starts monkeying with stuff, we're going to have some big problems in a hurry.
well, we can certainly look at that.
Yeah, I think that should just be on basically a fence project, separate of this overall assessment, but we got to secure our facilities.
Okay.
Ooh,
Marty, did you have any? Okay, thanks. So I guess so. You did mention the backbone a couple times, so I think, so as we go forward, probably for both you and Dennis, but mostly Dennis, I guess, as we look at the 22 budget, then we'll just continue to try to understand and refine what has to be done on the backbone, like we really need to work with the electrical. But your reservoirs.
So I'll
and your
leave
lift
these
station-
maps. These will, I know it's very difficult to see where you're sitting at right now, but they're available for you to come up and you can kind of take a look at. The legends are broke out and you can see those in more detail.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Okay, so now Dennis, do you want to combine the
Larry?
capital improvement?
We
Sorry.
got a problem on the screen.
Can you see that at the front? We got a yes or no on the screen?
It should probably go away.
It should go away on its own?
I didn't know, it does it on this one, I never knew it did it on that one. Did it go away yet?
No.
There you go.
Nope,
There,
I just did.
there it is. Just as soon as you walk up, that's the way it works.
That is recorded.
So Dennis, do you want to combine, maybe it's too late, but two, are we going to cover that in three also? Because,
Well, what we were planning on,
well, okay, just go ahead and start your number two, sorry.
so
the
what the
presentation.
plan was for number two is we made a lot of progress in March and then COVID hit. We made the revisions that we all discussed with that electrical CIP. I know obviously Marty wasn't here. So we provided that in the package. I wasn't planning on going through it in detail tonight unless there's questions. We do have the big map if you want to put that up and go through it. But that's stuff we've already seen. And then when we went through with the committee, we made those modifications we talked about. So that's what's shown in the numbers in the financial report. So it's kind of at your pleasure. We can certainly go through all that again.
Well, I think I'd like to do it as we go through the ongoing capital, but since we only have 21 on the ongoing capital, I guess the one concern, I was trying to remember from March, we had the San Felipe feeder, and so that starts, is that a design or actual starting on construction this year, the 500,000? Huh?
Design.
Design, okay. So my understanding was we needed that before we could do the substation 3 rebuild. Correct. Okay, so then you'll start rebuilding San Felipe in 2022, start designing the rebuild of a substation 3 in 22, and do substation 3 in 23.
That's correct.
Because I think that's what, because I can't remember if they were in the same year or something like that, in
Yeah,
March.
that was how we kind of set those priorities.
Okay,
The San Felipe will need to be done before we can take down substation 3.
yeah, because I was just making sure that with COVID, that things didn't get dropped a little bit, because we had made really good progress in that meeting. And I was trying to remember, I thought there was a couple items that we sort of shifted a little bit to make sure that was actually could get done.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so, let's see, then the rebuild of substation 4. So I guess, what we're gonna be doing, and I guess I need to understand in the near future, we're going to have the SIP program for 22. Is that gonna be a tentative vote again in November? I'm not sure I've seen
The schedule's not out, but that's typically when it happens.
Okay, so then what about the 22 to 26? Or is it going to be out to 27, whichever way we're, 26, I guess, for the...
We only took it out to 27 for purposes of the financial plan. Typically, they only look at 5 years.
Well, that's fine, I understand, but I'm just trying to understand for us, for the next meetings and stuff, trying to figure out, I guess some of this stuff we need to go into a little more detail, again, to make sure we understand the backbone, make sure we understand this, and make sure that the financial plans do cover everything that we're looking at.
Yeah.
So again, we're gonna do a tentative vote and then have to have something formal, I believe, by April, but that was the problem last year, was they wanted that tentative vote, which sort of locked things in, not completely, but it was still confusing.
Right. Well, they do the tentative, then they do the workshops, then they do the final in March or whenever it is.
Okay.
Carol probably remembers better than I do.
So I guess tonight, probably, unless somebody else has any questions, we don't need to go into that much detail, but we probably will be more in the future, but there's not as many programs. It's just if we start having any issues with money, it might be said, okay, for like rebuild of 4, is that something that's...
If you're outside.
No.
I took a couple pictures. Yeah, I think for the purposes of tonight, it's in the package. If there are specific questions between now and the next meeting, we do need, even before November, hopefully, it would be good for the committee to at least be comfortable with some of the projects that we're ready to go bid, so that we can let city council know that. As an example, we have the Arizona Street project that's ready to bid. But it would be nice from our perspective to be able to tell city council that the committee has reviewed it and for those specific purposes. We have two that are ready to go forward. One being the Arizona Street project, the other one being the 4 to 12 kV conversion.
Is that something you can send to us, an email to the committee members, so we can see it in advance?
Yes.
That would be fantastic.
It can also be marked confidential. I think that would be something that you might want to take and just consider.
Yeah, and there might be a couple more. I'm just bringing those up as examples.
The one you're talking about, the Arizona one, is that to the city shops?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the one we were going to want to do is we made some great progress last March and got a better understanding of the backbone. But I think we sort of, since it's been so much time, it'd be good to understand again the backbone and the major aspects.
Right.
Because I think too, as we'll get to in the upcoming presentation with the financial plans, that's going to be a key issue. What happens after 2026? If we can get most of the backbone done, then we're not in too much of a problem. If there's more backbone than we estimated, then we've still got more capital issues. We've got more problems.
From what we've been able to determine, once we get those final substation rebuilds done, the majority work moving forward will. That doesn't mean something can't come up in year 8 or year 9, but for the most part, the backbone's been addressed, and we should be able to hit most of the work with maintenance moving forward after that.
Okay,
especially if we can get a couple more guys.
But I think that's what we're going to want to. So just in the future,
That was a pitch.
next meeting or two is keep going forward with the backbone and understanding what's going on for the next 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Larry, is we had a long summer recess. The committee did, so we're just trying to get back up to where we were before we started the real meat of the matter. Yeah, a couple more guys. I got the dig and the pun, but the problem is we got Power Electrical on a maintenance contract. I think we ought to exhaust that money before we take and reconsider.
Totally agree. I think
reconsider hiring more linemen for the city, because that way we can use our money more efficiently, because it's already been budgeted for that.
Right, and we would be done with them then. And then
exactly, we
could redo that analysis.
Yeah, and then we get into the coast phase.
Yeah.
Then we get into the coast phase of just picking up the bits and pieces of what we need to do.
That's what Marvis is hoping.
Yeah, well, what I was seeing, and Marvis, the Power Electric that did the 69 kV, I watched them work on sub 3, and they just did a fantastic job. I was really impressed. From the foundations they put in to the poles they erected, and the pole top disconnects are really nice. It's smooth, and it really looks good. Now we just get our Boulder City tap to Buchanan circuit fixed up, and we'll be styling. Is that one going to go wooden poles or steel?
Steel.
The same composite as the 69 lead.
Great, thank you. I like it.
Yeah, we don't want to do this again, at least for 50 or 60 years. Not in my lifetime.
Sure. Did anybody else have any comments on agenda item 2? Okay, and Marvis, thank you very much. So, okay, so now we'll go to agenda item 3, ongoing capital improvement projects.
So in your packet, you'll see an updated spreadsheet with the ongoing projects. Carol, the CIP coordinator, has added a few columns. You can see those. Let's see which one it was. What did we add? We added the previous expended and.
We added this.
I can't remember now.
Can you put that on the screen?
We added the CIP funds accrual for 21.
Right. The total approved budget as of FY21, right? But anyway, so we've added more information here for you to take a look at.
Is that big board, that sheet you're talking
No, the big board is the backbone. It should be in your package. But I thought we should go through some of the projects just to give you an update on what's going on with the ongoing.
We could go over most of them would be, because I think that's part of what there's still some, again, we had COVID. I think we were hoping to have a lot of this done in 2020, and with COVID, things got stopped, but we're still pulling a lot forward. So I guess if we can sort of go through it to make sure we understand the projects that are still on the books, it would be helpful.
All right, so, and there are quite a few on the books. So let's start with E 2012. The equipment forklift, that was total approved budget prior to FY '21. So that money's sitting there. That budget hasn't changed, and we're going to be moving forward with that purchase. So that's,
Dennis, is that a city forklift or just for electrical?
it's for electrical, but I'm sure it'll be shared.
So we pay for it and the other people get to use it?
Well, and we use it 90% of the time.
Okay.
I didn't see that on the capital projects as of 5/31.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Carol about that one.
Okay, that one, as of 5/31, was actually in the admin, the original 350,000 that was up in admin. Okay, so what we did is the budget manager moved it, the remaining balance, out of admin and moved it into the equipment line for that forklift. So on the 5/31, at the top of the sheet, the third one down, it says equipment, and it started at 350, and it was shown in admin. So actually, the money that was left, the 175, was moved to a project in electrical. So that one.
So was that approved by council?
It was the 350, the original 350 to
Yes.
be used for utilities was approved by council.
So council doesn't have to approve shifting of these
Not in the
funds from
same-
one utility to
I'll
another?
have to approve the purchase of the
They'll
forklift.
approve the purchase when we actually do the forklift. But that admin was used for equipment for all three of the, because it was in admin.
Right.
So we
right.
could take it, we could get the cost estimates, take it to council. They could still say, no, not now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so
Okay.
they will have to approve that purchase. But the 350 that was originally was in admin was for equipment for all three of the utilities.
Right.
So
I'm just confused on how you can change the substance of the CIP without council approval.
we're changing where we're designating that project, but council actually has to approve of the purchase of that project and moving forward.
Okay. So are they aware that this was done?
Yeah, it was put in the city manager's budget.
Okay, okay.
You might stay up here. I don't
Is
know.
this part of, Carol, is this part of the city manager's report? I think I saw it 1 month, but I haven't been able to find it in a couple months.
This 831 won't be in there yet. I just did this for you guys.
No, I understand that, but did you have any of these past, were the past ones?
The last one was in there.
But they're not done, they're not done monthly though, they're not
The
updated.
budget hasn't actually rolled yet. So the projects that were closed out are still showing open on those. So and you can see that Rebecca, the accounting manager, will actually put notes on there saying this hasn't rolled yet.
Okay, and maybe it gets to one of the reports, I look at the major report that shows
The fund balance.
the financial aspect, and I believe I've seen, and then you also have all the documents that say, here's what's been paid that month.
Correct.
But,
And you'll see in her footnotes, when it
Oh.
goes to the individual ones, it'll footnote that it hasn't rolled yet.
okay. But just so what the council has seen, where is that report at? You said it's in the city manager's report. You said the forklift was in a city manager report. Did I misunderstand?
Yeah, no, that one was actually, the forklift was moved, and it would have been, I'm pretty sure it was in July, but I'll have to look.
Okay. And is it, but it's this, I haven't reviewed a lot of the city councils, but from understanding, the city manager report is in the package, but it's not always discussed in the meeting. Is that correct? So it is difficult to say that the city council is totally aware of it. It's in the package, but it hasn't been discussed.
It's presented in the package for the city manager report. It's
But
up to
not-
them if they do a discussion on it.
But they don't always do a discussion. Is that
Right.
correct? Okay. I'm just
So-
trying to make sure I understand.
So when that original 350,000 was done in admin, the equipment that was purchased was actually, throughout that, was purchased, there was some in water and there was some in electric. So we just designated what was left, and Angela actually assigned a project code to it because it can't be spent without the council approving it.
So now because that's one thing it's been confusing, I'm sure it's confusing probably to you also, is the VERF, basically the equipment and the or at least the vehicles. I think I've heard go back and forth the last year. It was gonna be part of admin, it wasn't gonna be, it's gonna be part of the different utility funds. Has that been squared away yet? If there's one major vehicle that's going to be used by all the utilities, it would go under the utility fund, or would they decide we're just going to put it now, just like you did this one, where you broke it out? Because it's a little confusing. I agree with Eileen to try to check this. It's one report. It's up here, and you have to really dig through it to understand that. I got lucky and found it, but I missed it for several going through it to see that what's going on. I finally found how it matched, but
Well, that
it's confusing.
was done prior to them establishing the VERF. Those two equipments were, so that's not, so going forward, they wouldn't be putting a utility equipment in admin. That's
And-
where they're gonna go in
And there's a separate VERF for the general fund departments.
Right, yeah.
From the utility,
Right. I was hoping so.
Yes. We pretty much made sure that happened.
Okay.
Okay, we'll try to go a little quicker. The feeder 63 to substation 3 tie is approximately 30% complete. And just so everyone knows, that one is somewhat related to the Claremont conversion, which is E2010. And that one's approximately 100% complete. So the two of those should be done relatively soon and complete, by the end of next year for sure.
So I guess just to clarify, when you end of fiscal year or calendar year?
Fiscal.
So we're talking fiscal year 21.
So June of next year.
Okay.
The feeder 53 replacement is approximately 75%. I would anticipate that could be done close to the end of the calendar year, but I should probably look at. Feeder 64 Temple Rock reroute. That is about 10% done. The substation improvements are approximately 65%. The 4 kV overhead line project, that's approximately 50%.
Now, that's another one that's confusing. So we're talking about E1 1909, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got a revised budget of 2.3, but that goes, if it's a 2.3, that, did you combine something, or is that prior to 2019 that revised money?
That's prior.
So could we,
So then we add the 1.2 for FY '21, and that's where that total approved budget as of FY '21, the 359 million.
right, but in the past, we had a 1.2, I believe. In 19, we didn't have 2.3.
No, there was some previous even to that.
Okay, so Carol, could we look, it'd be helpful to put the year that it started then? Because right now, you've got one showing in 2016 and two showing in 18, and the rest of them are 19 and 20. So it assumes that everything prior to 19 is pretty much done. And in this case, we're bringing back some stuff from before 19. So original budget year is not 19 for that, for the insulator, it's prior to 19.
I'll investigate that.
Because otherwise the money doesn't match.
Because the project code, the E1909, I'll investigate and pull that back up.
Okay, so I guess that's where, if we need to have two lines, if we need to separate it out, it gets confusing, but it'd be better to show the two lines that we have something prior to 2019.
Okay, yeah, we're looking at it.
And understand where that number's coming from, because now you've got, the total approved, the revised, and now you've got, what this year's budget is okay, but you wouldn't, it's hard to follow. Thank you.
Okay, the BC tap to Buchanan overhead. You can see there, we have encumbered about $781,000. That's basically for the design. Once we get that construction estimate from the contractor / designer, we'll have a better idea how close we are to the budgeted numbers. Which, as this shows here, this is just through 21. We also had some additional funds in FY '22. So once we have that estimate, we'll know better how close we are. That design is about 50%. Actually, it's 60%. We just got the 60% drawing, so.
Okay. So you'd be able to send something out to us pretty soon on
the cost estimate, yeah.
Yeah.
And
now
we were able to revise that alignment and save quite a few poles, so hopefully we're good with the budget.
Yeah, because I know that's been confusing because we've gone between 8 to 10 million at one point. So we're at about 9 now, but at one point I thought somebody had been raised to 10 million.
It was around 9.6, I think, but I think we're back, hopefully, with the poles we saved, hopefully. But we also added some other work, so we'll see when we get there.
Okay. But
It's just like any other project, when we get into the design, we learn quite a bit, and that's when the estimates change.
Okay. So the one before it, the 69 kV, that is completely done, or is there any closeout?
I'm sorry, I missed that. That one is completely done.
Carol, on the other one we had closed, and I guess rollover isn't the proper, but would it still be, maybe have the column again to say if it's closed or ongoing? So if 69 kV is closed, it would be helpful.
Complete and closed, that one just completed, but the actual, it's not totally closed out yet as far as invoicing and closing of it.
Okay, so maybe we,
It rolled as of July 30, or as of July 1st, it rolled.
right.
And then, it still has to actually, the 100% is closed, if the construction is complete, but it still has to close out the project.
Okay, so in this case, sorry, Greg, let me just one comment. So during the year, it would be, I guess, helpful to say if it was completed or ongoing. And then the last one you did where you had the closed or rollover, that makes sense because now you've closed it or it's being rolled over.
Correct. So this one isn't totally closed yet as far as all the invoicing and the construction is complete. But
Right.
the project, it takes a little bit to close the project.
Yeah, so we don't know if it still might need the money.
What's the column on that? The new one doesn't have that column. It shows if it was.
Your mic's not on?
the report on 531 had a column at the end that said roll, close, and this report doesn't have anything that says, closed, ongoing, done, complete, and he's just asking to have that column.
Okay.
Correct?
When did the Boulder City tap go in service?
End of July, right, Barbara? August.
What are we drawing off of it right now? 5 meg?
Something similar, we have sub 6 and sub 3 on it right now, so about 550 amps.
Okay. That's 69 kV?
Yeah.
Okay, so all the committee members know that went online on the end of August, and we're running 2 substations in our community on that transformer. So we're proving that the fact the transformer works. I physically went down there 2 weekends ago, and it's a quiet girl. She is just purring, there's no sound, no nothing. I even heard the tap changer, unload tap changer operate flawless. So I want to congratulate you guys for getting it in service and getting it all cleaned up. The only thing that bothers me about the Boulder City tap site, there's no challenge to where anybody comes out there and is messing around out there. There's cameras, but I don't know who's receiving the data from the cameras. And then there is speakers out there on the building, but they should be utilized. Hey, get the heck out of here. You're not supposed to be here. Because last time I went down there when they were building it, I talked to Dennis about it, but somebody was doing target practice out there. There must have been 500 or 300 rounds of brass on the ground. So, we have a vested interest in keeping that thing operational.
Right.
So, congratulations. We got the 69 kV tie line working, and we got the transformer under test.
Okay, E 2009 is the capital equipment purchase. That was for some major purchases that we've been making for Marvis's group. I think we've made at least 2 large purchases, 3 now. Remind me of the 3. 3. So the bucket truck. So those are the 3. And he's got a little bit of money to buy some additional equipment left there. The Claremont conversion, that we're at, yeah, I mentioned that. That is virtually complete, but again, some of that money is going to have to be used, available to complete the, where's it at? The Feeder 63 project, so they're kind of tied together. Substation 5 reclosure, that is pretty close. It's about 80% complete. San Felipe Mendota feeder, that's the one that's in design. The next Circuit 45, 61, 62 tie, 63, 64 tie, underground cable replacement and pole replacement are just beginning. And those are all new 21 projects.
And those look like we should be able to complete them this year?
I'm not so sure. It just depends on how long it takes to get design done.
Oh, so we're still in some of these are still in the design phase?
Yeah, because some of these were brand new projects.
Well, they were brand new about a year or 2 ago.
Right.
They've been on this list for
Correct.
For some time.
But they hadn't started design.
Okay, because I guess that's still where we're confusing. We still have these, and we're getting large carryovers. We have a large reserve for capital. We have a large budget for capital, and we don't spend that. And so a lot of the public is
right.
And that's some of what Fred's
and we've identified that as well. The good news is there's not a lot of general fund projects going on right now, so our team can focus on these. And then what we need to farm out, we can farm out.
Okay.
But I have the same concern, just getting these projects out the door.
Yeah, it's been a confusing last 2 years. And when you look back in the 4 to 5 years, it's been confusing to what's been budgeted and what's been done, so.
DC tap transformer breaker, we already mentioned that. That one's closed, or is finished.
But the tap, okay, the breaker, that actually is not closed yet, because isn't that the one where they're?
Yeah, it's not closed, but for all intents and purposes, it's complete.
Okay, but that's still, WAPA's still completing their studies, correct? So the money that WAPA has to do, that's gonna be,
I think that work I think is now done and complete. So
all the thing so this 307, they're not taking money out of that? You still have closing fees, I understand, but that's not, WAPA's fees aren't coming out of that?
yeah, I think I'd have to check, but I think we made that last payment to them
Okay.
after that last change order.
Okay, so that's something that was done relatively, they asked for it, we got the result, it wasn't gonna be a longer process to get everything done.
There was slight delay, but they finally got out there and got it done.
Right, but it was in July was when it was okay, said by the, and
Yep.
so it's actually, from some of the stuff we've had done, that was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was partially ordering just equipment.
Okay.
It wasn't a long installation time. I think they got it done in 10 days, something like
Okay,
that.
so that part's done, so George, if it's done, that portion is done, as far as what WAPA needed to do is completed. Is that correct, Dennis?
I'm sorry.
So what WAPA asked to do and what was asked for in the council and approved has been done?
Correct.
So it's just a matter of closing up and
Yep.
some final costs and stuff.
Right, and there might be some here that rolls or goes back into the fund balance.
Right, so did you, just make sure you caught that, George?
I caught that, but I'd still like to discuss it later.
So, meter replacement, it's been on the books a while. Most of that was done in the single year. There is some remaining budget. We do need to purchase some additional meters, and so we intend on using the available funds to purchase more meters.
So you're purchasing meters too, so the work is done, but you're purchasing meters for future use? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, since the money's there, we're going to use it.
What about the Arizona feeder? What did I miss there?
That one is 100% design. It's ready to go out to bid. That's one of them that I mentioned to you that we'll send you an email that we'd kind of like, I don't know what the right word is, but you guys have blessed it or whatever.
Okay, so that's one that you can email it out
Yep.
in the near future?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because we'd like to get it going.
Okay.
Get it to count, get the bids process moving along, get the project ready to award hopefully before the end of the year.
Okay, Josh, I guess hopefully that'll be before the next meeting, but that'd be one of the items I was talking about as far as, okay, sorry. Appreciate it.
Okay, that's it for electrical. Let's hop down to water. E1703, that was work that was required for the BC Parkway. As you know, that project is done, complete. I expect, even though that money is remaining, it'll probably just go back to the fund balance.
So does that mean that like the 63,000 on that project, that can go now into different projects and this is totally
It just goes into, yes, yeah, essentially.
Right. The funds available.
Funds are available. So if they roll over and we don't use them, because especially if it's toward the end of a project and we're not sure, we may have some final expenses, we roll them. Then once they're closed, they go back to the fund balance.
Okay.
I think this is where we're all getting confused though, because right now, if I'm understanding correctly, this available is budget, not cash. So that's where we're all getting confused in what's been budgeted, so it's when we, at the end of the year, then we should understand what is carried over. And that's one thing I want to talk to, probably I think it'll work into the rate study conversation. But that's where it gets confusing is where we budget at the end of the year, then it should be turned into cash. And then that's available funds, because I guess I consider funds to be cash. Maybe that's my misunderstanding. Where budgeted isn't funds. It's what you have, what was approved, and then it depends on what now you have available to go, we have a budget available, but we don't necessarily have that money available because we don't know where we're standing with all the cash.
Right, and that, I agree, that's probably the better conversation to have.
Okay,
on during the-
but I just want, because that's the thing that's confusing the blankety blank out of me is trying to get the budget down straight, the cash down straight, and how we're flowing through from year to year.
Yeah.
So, and so if we can, I guess we all need to figure out the proper terminology.
So when you say that it's done, that doesn't necessarily mean it's all paid for?
Well, if we get to the end of a fiscal year, it just depends on timing. There could be a consultant invoice that comes in for $20,000 at the 1st of July.
Yeah,
That would be in the next fiscal year. Well, we would have to use what's been rolled over to pay for that.
okay.
But wouldn't that already be encumbered?
It could be, unless it's a special inspection service or something like that we had to do. Most of the time, it would already be encumbered. So a lot of these that rolled that are complete will go back to fund balance. Water line to El Dorado Valley, that is complete. That's UW 171.
So I think if that could be, now, was that completed at the end of the year, or was that completed during this year?
That was completed last year.
So then, Carol, it would be helpful, I think, if that one was closed and if everything, it wasn't rolled over, then it shouldn't be in the revised budget, correct?
That one, there was an outstanding bill. That's why there's an encumbrance, so that one is not able to be closed.
Okay, but the encumbrance, I guess what's happening though is, you look down and you see $2 million is at the bottom. And then, again, we'll talk about it, but in the financial plans, you don't see that amount. And so we're not getting apples and apples in different reports. So if I'm understanding correctly, then you have 62,000 that is part of this year's budget, but not the 47, not 475, I mean. So you're showing, the way I'm looking at this column, the revised budget, is this could be all an expense. You could have $2 million worth of expenses.
No. The amount that rolled over is the 478 plus the encumbrance of the 62,843. And the work is complete, but there is an outstanding bill on that one. And so that encumbrance, until that encumbrance is cleared, then it's not able to be closed. But there's not, the original, all the work's been done, so the original budget minus what's been spent, minus the encumbrance is so once that encumbrance is actually cleared and paid, then that 400 could never get used and go back into the fund.
Okay, again, we've got an issue with budgeted, because right now, I guess it wouldn't work. To me, you would budget for the revised budget of 21, it would be the 62, because that's what you expect to need, not the 475. So when you're saying, so that's why, Greg, what am I missing? You're saying it wouldn't be, because that's, when I go down, and same thing, I guess we'll talk about more in the financial plans, but, we're rolling through and we're expecting to have, by looking at the bottom number here of the water projects, I'm looking at $2 million. And in the financial plan, it's only showing 1.6. So these are where things are confusing. So I hear what you're saying, and that is nice to hear, but you got the same thing with the one right below it, the copper replacement, except for maybe that one's close. No, it's about 306, I guess, because you're saying that the revised budget for 21 was 715. You've expended some money, you've got some encumbered, and you've got some that would be available to the budget. Mm-hmm. But the 475,000 and the 715, those over the amount of the other one brings it higher than what's in the financial plan, because the money is showing that it's there. So you're saying that's a revised budget, you're saying that it could be expended. And I'm hearing that it shouldn't be expended, because you're only expecting, out of that 475, you're only expecting the 62.
Correct. And then once that is finalized, and that final encumbrance and the contractor is paid, then the balance that's left is what wasn't spent.
Is that the 411,000 now?
At this point, it is.
Okay, so that would go back into utility
Yeah,
cash.
it's never,
available.
in utilities, it's never left the utility fund, the fund balance. It's still in the fund balance, but it would be available to be used for something else.
For some, oh, right.
Okay, but I guess then again, I'll talk about it because it is confusing. There's two separate numbers. You have what's here, and then you have what's in the financial plan that's being presented in the rate study, and they don't match. So, okay, thank you.
Copper service line replacement. That one, the budget was revised. We had some additional monies. And I believe we added, I can't remember exactly how many additional services at the council meeting in June, but those are almost done. So this part of the project's done. As we talked about earlier, copper service replacements will go on for a while. But that portion with that contractor is complete. El Dorado Valley Line PRV design we talked about. We're taking a look at some different options there. So that's not even started in design, actually. Access and security improvement of some of the reservoirs. We haven't started that. We did have NDP out to do an inspection. We're taking a look at the results of those inspections and seeing how that applies to this and how much we need to spend and what we need to do. It was pretty minor. Rebuild pressure reducing valves, that's just an ongoing item we had for some PRVs that need to be rebuilt. That hasn't started. Install PRV on A line to National Park Service. That's the one where we plan on having some discussions with Park Service just to see if we can get away with using that entire pipeline. It's incredibly high pressure. It goes through that old pump station off of the highway there, and I don't think they use that much water, so we're going to work with them to see if there's a different option. It's just a lot of infrastructure and a lot of high pressure for nothing. Or at least maybe it is for them, but for us it's not much.
So is that something that you expect to have in the next couple of months, or probably this year, that before you get an answer if you're going to need that or not?
I would hope we'd have the answer by the end of the year.
Into the calendar?
Into the calendar year.
Calendar year, okay. So then we would know if we need that money or not.
Yeah, and I'm hoping or not.
Okay, that's helped out. So then that would be one we could revise and get, if we can get updates on that, that would be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Reservoir improvements, this just has the 80,000 that was a part of the design portion of Brown and Caldwell's estimate, so that's what that is. Hasn't started yet. Replace 8-inch butterflies, same thing, hasn't started yet. So on to, well, we should be on wastewater, right? Yep. E1703 BC Parkway, that is 100% complete. Sanitary sewer rehab, this is the one you were talking about, Eileen, that we can do something with. Sewer main abandonment. That one is part of the one that we are looking at. It may possibly go away, so we just haven't had a chance to work on that one. The treatment plant upgrade, that's in design. That's taken a little bit more time. The vendor's been a little bit slow using the COVID excuse.
And that was another one you thought would come in a lot less, or has that changed?
I think it'll still be less than half of this,
Okay.
yeah. Sewage lift station, mobile emergency pump. We haven't started that. That was a 21. Rehabilitate sanitary sewer manholes. That's new as well. So, and then for the landfill, there's still remaining work being done on the expansion. The expansion and the permitting was complete, but there were permit modifications that had done, so we're working on those. We had to do some air quality testing for methane, and that's ongoing. We should be done with most of that work by the end of the year. And it will probably use it's hard to say, but quite a bit of those remaining funds. Same thing with the expansion phasing plan and the fencing and road design. Those have just started. We've got to do some surveying and some additional work, so I don't expect those to be completed this fiscal year. And that's it.
The one thing that probably ask a few more questions related to this in the rate study. But so Carol, would I assume that in the new the city manager's report to council, when it goes for the capital, I guess it's just easy for like electrical, it'd be the 17.9, that'd be a revised amount for 2021. And then you'd have the 2 million for water and 1.1 million for sewer. So those would be the numbers I would expect to see as the revised numbers. Am I correct? Am I looking at the right column? Okay. So just, I guess, to be on the record, it would be helpful to have in that city manager's report to have a budgeted amount for this year and a revised amount for past or whatever, especially for this category. Because in the past 2 years, or at least the last year, it was always shown as a budget. So the 17 could be assumed it was for 2000, like last year, 2020, it was shown as that amount was budgeted, 14 million. And it wasn't for that year, it was with carryover. So it's just a matter of I know the finance isn't here, but it just, as I guess to be on the record, it would be helpful if there was a revised category of some type.
Yeah, and we can have that discussion with finance.
Okay, thank you. So is there any questions about the capital projects? Ongoing capital projects. Okay, so do we have time to take a 5-minute break? Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break.
Your turn.
Go on, Larry.
Okay, we're back. Okay, so we're on to number 4, basically utility rate study presentation. So Dennis, it looks like you're going to start us off.
So we have here Bill Stannard from Raftalis. They've been working diligently on the financial plan and have developed some recommendations. Tonight they're going to provide a presentation and give the committee some thoughts to consider. And hopefully we can take this information in a future meeting, start molding that into a recommendation for city council. Clearly there's options there, and this is really step 1. And so, Bill?
Thank you. It's hard to believe that it's only been 6 months since I last saw everyone, and so it's good to see everyone again. I guess that was on March 10th, so almost 6 months. But At that point, when we were sitting there on March 10th, we spent a good deal of that evening discussing the cost of service analysis and got into a lot of details on how the costs of providing service for customers that receive electric service, water service, and wastewater service, how those costs are incurred by the utility, and how that compared with the current revenues generated by each class of customers within those three separate utilities. Remember the kind of what we try to do, and looking back at that time, we started with June 30, 2019 audited financial results of the city's utilities. And one of the primary objectives for the project was to segment the costs of the three utilities so that each utility, in theory, we'd be able to get to a point to ensure that water customers pay for the cost of water, wastewater customers pay for the cost of wastewater, electric customers pay for the cost of electricity. So that, try to segment, even though it's a combined fund, that's not unusual for cities to have combined utility funds. But for our purposes, and since we charge separately and every customer uses those services differently, we want to make sure that those rates are examined in a way that each utility could be self-sustaining in its own right. So that was the number one objective. So we started with June 30, 2019 audited financial data to find out where was the utility at that point. And that's really what we talked about, and we've talked about before, fund balances. So how much money do we have? Now, there's been some confusion, I think, with budgets and encumbrances and how that compares with cash that we have. When you look at the financial reports of the city, so we have, for the utilities, we have an income statement, we have a balance sheet, and we have a statement of cash flows. So those three statements tell us what's going on within utilities. In some cases, it's during the year. So an income statement tells what happened over the entire year. The balance sheet tells us what it is at that point. At June 30th of a year, we see where do we stand. Likewise, the cash statements of cash flow tell us how the cash was generated in different types of operations within each utility. So we really rely heavily on the work that the city's finance department does and that are audited by an independent auditor to confirm that those financial statements are fairly and accurately reflecting of the financial position of the utilities. So within our fund balances, that is cash. When you think about a budget is an expectation and an authorization to spend money. So during the year, unspent budget money isn't cash. If we budgeted, so for example, I'm thinking about your home, if you budgeted for a project to upgrade or do something to your patio, and you budgeted $25,000, and then you get a bid for $20,000, all of a sudden you don't have $5,000 that you didn't have the day before. The only cash we get comes from our ratepayers. Now, the majority of our cash we get comes from our ratepayers. So we charge for the services, that's where the cash comes from. When we also get cash from things such as the solar leases. We have some other sources of funding. We have some interest income, miscellaneous charges, but the majority of our revenue, cash we receive, comes from our customers. When we budget, the city sets a budget for the upcoming year, so in the year we're in now, when that budget was created for fiscal 21, there was a budget for revenues. That wasn't cash. We won't get the cash until the customers pay us. If the customers quit using all of our services, we won't get much cash. Or if they decide not to pay us anymore, that would be a problem. We might report that as accrued revenue, but we'd have a big accounts receivable and no cash to go forward with that. So we look at those fund balances, and I'm with Colin Dratt, who's a manager on this project. He's been with the firm for quite a few years now, probably longer than he thought he would be, but looking back on that. But so Colin will get into more details on this, what we want to talk about tonight. But talking about starting with our fund balances, and we have some fund balances that are restricted. The city's, through city policy, the city has said, and the council has said, we want these fund balances to be what we want to target each year and maintain these levels. And we'll get into more detail on that. And then so that from there, we had to forecast how much revenues would we get during fiscal year 20, and what would our expenditures be in fiscal year 20. It just ended last June 30th. So when we met in March, we're partway through the year, and so we had some interim data, but we were projecting out as to where things would be at June 30th of this year. The city had a preliminary budget for fiscal year 21, and so we were using that as our baseline to project into the future years, beginning in fiscal year 21 for our operating expenses. And then we spent a lot of time, and with this committee, spent a lot of time looking at the capital improvement plans and the capital improvement investments necessary, not only for what were we going to spend on ongoing projects. And I always think about ongoing projects being, we have a project that started, how much is it going to, and we've spent money to date, so say we've spent 30% of the project, well, how much is it going to cost us to finish it? And that's how much money, so I know how much money I have in the bank, but how much am I going to have to spend to finish those projects that are underway? So we're projecting, working with the city to get a projection of what those expenditure levels would be as well. Well, then as I left and flew back to Kansas City, and then went on to Charlotte the next week, then COVID hit. And so this is the first trip I've taken to a client's location since I was last here. And as I look back at my career now, that's about 45 years, this is the longest period, other than the first 3 years I was at Black and Veatch. I think probably before Howard had joined Black and Veatch, because he's just a young puppy. But the longest period I've gone without getting on a plane to go visit a client. And so everything's been done virtually now, but it's been quite a challenge. So what else happened from City of Boulder, and as it related to the impact of COVID on the planning purposes and what the city council was dealing with, the unknown, extreme unknowns. We had no idea what was going to happen. Trying to figure out how do we make sure that we have adequate liquidity as a city. Is there going to be impact on our tax revenues? Is there going to be impact on our utility revenues? So the budget for 2021, the preliminary budget, was essentially thrown out the window, and the final budget reflected a pretty significant reduction in costs for fiscal 2021, so the one that we're now currently in. We reduced that budget in expectation that things were not going to turn around quickly. And I think there's been some significant reductions in sales tax revenues and across the board, and then expenses that the city has had to incur as well relative to dealing with the pandemic. So there's increased costs as well as decreased revenues. And there's been plenty of discussion in Washington, D.C. about how can the federal government help and provide assistance to cities and states. Some has been done, more is probably needed, and hopefully they'll be able to get their act together and make sure that every city and state, we're in a financially sustainable arena going forward. But from there, and we'll get in tonight, we'll be getting into the forecasting then for the next, this year as well as the next 5 years. And there'll be some changes from what we had earlier, but partly we went back to the preliminary 2021 budget, not the final approved budget. So that in fiscal 2022, we're hopeful that COVID will be a transitory event and that when we get back to 2022, things will be more normal. And the level of expenditures that we should have for operation and maintenance expense for our utility should be more like what was in the preliminary budget for 2021, not the final approved budget. So we have a couple good news items to say to you. One is, when we look out over the next 6 years, many utilities that we deal with are looking at the need for increasing their revenues. They don't have adequate revenues to meet what they need to spend money on. Capital improvements or even their operation and maintenance expense or debt service on their bonds. They're running into difficulty. Good news here is we don't believe that any additional revenues, we won't need to increase rates to increase our revenues in that period. We have adequate fund balances to cover what we expect to spend in capital improvement projects. The timing may be a little off, and I may get into some questions that you may have, Larry, on the timing, whether it be 2020, 2021, or 2022. And what are the one thing we do know now, the year is over. We don't have an audit yet, but we know how the year ended. And we're going to be working with the Finance Department to get, well, what really are our fund balances as of June 30th? Because last March, we were trying to project what those fund balances would be. Now we should be able to know, and even though they haven't been audited, I don't believe that there's a track record here of large audit adjustments at the end of the year. So there may be some differences in the numbers that we have from what we'll learn from finance, and we can update those. But in the end, it's not going to mean that we need to raise rates. We may have more money today, and we may have more money at the end of 6 years than what we're projecting. But a lot of things can change between now and 6 years from now. How people use the water, use electricity, what the environment's going to be. We don't know what our revenues will be, but we're doing our best job to try to project and do forecasts of what we think things will be. Likewise, inflation. We increase the cost of projects, both in the CIP. For out years, we add inflationary impacts on those cost estimates, and we add inflation to our forecasts of all the budgetary operation and maintenance items. I wish I could tell you how much inflation was going to be next year or the year after. I don't know what interest rates are going to be either, but interest rates are a lot lower than I ever thought they would be. And as I get closer to stopping to work and to retire, I wish they were higher. Even though my clients are all happy that they're able to finance their capital projects with debt at record low interest rates. But there's a lot of unknowns still. But I think the good news is that this utility has plenty of money. We're in good financial condition. And now the thing is, well, what projects do we need to do? That's what this committee's working with, and certainly Dennis, his staff, and the work that Brown and Caldwell has been doing really provides us a lot more information, informs us as to what is the real condition of our system. Do we need to increase the level of expenditures on terminology I've used over my years would be normal annual renewals and replacements. Don't know what those things will be, but just like your home, you have some things you budget, but you have a lot of unknown normal annual renewals and replacements that come up during the year, and we better make sure we have adequate funds to do that. So there's that element, and then cost of service. Based on what we talked about and presented to you, there's really no differences in those relative differences between revenues under existing rates and the cost of providing service based on that cost of service analysis. But there'll be some policy decisions that the City Council eventually, but this committee will need to advise the council. Is that something we should strive to get to as cost of service? Should we desire that our customers pay cost of service? We'll get into that in more detail.
I don't want to break your flow. Are questions allowed now, or do you want me to wait until you're done?
This is just introductory, then we'll get into our presentation. So I'm just kind of setting the stage. But if you'd like to ask a question, please. Yeah.
Well, I just had a question of procedure, because you make a very valid point about uncertainty. The future is very uncertain, and yet the numbers you quote in your table are to the dollar, to 7 significant figures. And wouldn't it make more sense to say plus or minus, we think that this number could vary by as much as 20% or whatever you think?
Well, I couldn't even give you that plus or minus whatever. That would require completely different statistical analysis that would be far beyond the scope of a service that we would ever provide for a client. Now, if someone wanted to pay 10 times for the cost of a rate study, we could do that kind of thing like that. But certainly we could round things to 100 or 1,000 if that would, that's really a de minimis issue. But if that's something that you'd think would be more valuable for you to have our numbers rounded to the nearest 1,000, be happy to do that. But we can get into that, and certainly we'd appreciate any comments that you have like that so that we can incorporate that in future presentations. So with that, so there's a cost of service issue, but we do think that also right now that there's a possibility we believe it would be worthwhile to reduce some of the rates. We could reduce. We're a lot of concern when we first started by members of this committee that the fixed service charge for water was too high. And certainly for a lot of our customers, paying a big fixed service charge and you really don't have a control over how much your bill's going to be, because even if you reduce your water consumption, your bill stays pretty high. You can't reduce that. But we believe that when we looked at the cost, we believe a $10 reduction in that base service charge per month is warranted, and we'll make that recommendation. Likewise, we think that and part of this is related to COVID, that we could adjust energy rates, that gets into our presentation, by 3%. So the cost of energy, and so that to provide some relief to our citizens and businesses that we can afford to reduce those rates a bit. Does that a significant amount? It's not a huge amount, but maybe every little bit can help. But those are some things, and we think that it would make sense to do. I think the issue on cost of service, certainly a key element, and we'll get into that in more detail if you like, but as we discussed in March, the city ordinances relative to services to city accounts are very prescriptive as to what city accounts will pay. The energy rate is the average of the cost of energy provided that we buy. Water is the wholesale cost of water that we buy from the authority. That's what the city pays for all of their water consumption. And so that way, what that means is that the city accounts, because of that, are not paying for the local infrastructure to deliver that water or energy to them. But that's a policy decision that will have to be made by the city. And the city council will have to consider that, because that would be a change in past practice. What would that mean? It would mean there would be some substantial increases to the cost of energy and water for city accounts. So we'll get into a little more detail on those recommendations. Colin will get into more detail on the financial plan, the updated financial plan. I think you'll have some, it sounds like you'll have some detailed questions. We'll do our best to try to respond to those questions, or at least take notes, find out, and we may have to require some additional research to respond to those questions. But at this point, what I'd like to do is have Colin step up and start the presentation. And again, I think I don't want to be flippant or snippy about how we present data, but I've had these discussions with our staff too. Now that we have computers, people like to they don't necessarily always use the @round function on the Microsoft Excel to round numbers to three places, so hundreds or thousands. And certainly when I look out, same kind of thing, because I'm not as computer literate as certainly others are, so I learn every day. But there's still things like when I do financial forecasting for our business, I don't like to get it down to the dollar, because that's just, it implies a level of accuracy that doesn't exist. And so I echo your concerns, and I think I would agree that would be a better way to present it, so people don't presume that there's a higher level of accuracy in a 5-year forecast than what there really is. So, Larry, if anyone has any other questions, I'm going to let the brains of the outfit get started.
But I do have, based on what you've said, I guess I'm trying to make sure I say it properly. I am still a little confused on how this has been laid out. Because the budget has been, the cash and budget has been so confusing in how it's presented, or the way maybe I understand it, maybe that's, so I'll take full responsibility for that. But if I understand correctly, when you guys first established your questions for the city, you asked for 5 years of actual data, which I thought would have been for revenues and expenses. So that way you would have started off with actual cash, then you would have gone into budgeting. But what we are presented with tonight is only budget. So there's no cash involved because it's all budget. So that's something, so you're telling us that you're gonna look into 20. I think it would be helpful to even have 19. So you can say, because what we've seen in the past is that you've had a high budget and low actuals, lower in a lot of cases. And so that's not presented in these financial numbers. The one other big thing, then, and I'll be happy to discuss it more when we get to the slides to it, but it's another problem is that if I misunderstood you, I think you were saying that you were using 2020, using 21's, I thought you were saying you were using 21's revenues and expenses. But the 21, especially the one thing that concerns me the most is, so just what happened is hopefully we can discuss this a little bit clearer as we go through the slides, is the 21 water revenue does not match the 21 budgeted revenue. It's really off. Part of our problem is what's included like a non-rate expense and what's included here and what's included there. So trying to compare the two, I might have missed something, but it seems to be a big difference. So then when you get further out in 5 years, there looks to be, there could be more money, but if we don't have the revenue, it might not be. So that's just sort of a aspect I'd like to keep in mind as we go forward.
Apparently we confused you when we first started. We asked for part of our data. We went 5 years of actual historical data to see what trends there were in usages, customer data. How's our electric consumption every year by different type of customer? What's our water consumption by customer over a 5-year period? Can we make any trends? Are we increasing customers? Are customers the impact of increased conservation? Are we seeing that during that 5-year period? We used the audited financial results for 2019 as the starting point. So that is cash, not a budget. Now we have to project, so when we project 2021, we were partway in the year, we weren't using the budget, we were projecting what we thought, and plus we found within the budget there were some discontinuities in some of the data that how the budget numbers were being accumulated with regard to revenues, and so we had to unwind some of those things as well. So when you say that the budget numbers for water revenues are different than our revenues, what we were projecting for 2021, there are discontinuities in some of the data that we had. We'd be happy to provide you all the detail you would ever like to have, and Colin will be able to get, but that will take multiple hours of time. Now, I'll say that in March, we thought we'd be making at this point our final presentation to the City Council right tonight, or actually last night, and we'd be done with this project. But I don't think we're done yet because things have changed and we got the COVID delays. And so, there's still, you're gonna have to lay out things, we're gonna have to work with Dennis as to how can we complete our work so that the city can move on with, we know that we don't have to raise rates. We can actually cut rates if the city so chooses. And so that's something that, and then when we think about future adjustments to rates, whether it be, we don't have to raise rates, we could go status quo for the next 6 years, not make any changes, or we could move toward cost of service, and those rate adjustments could be done at any point. We could do them on October 1. They don't have to be on July 1, which when you think about so if we had to increase our water rates or electricity rates, if we had a rate increase we really needed to implement, July 1 is not a really good time to do it because that's when people are using the most of the product that we're selling. And so it punishes our customers if we do that, and it really penalizes them for paying more just at the worst time of the year for them. But yeah, so we'll be. So then from the budgetary standpoint, what we're using, because we have to project, so we're not projecting because of the budget. We have confidence in Dennis and his staff in the finance department that the work that they do in pulling together the budget is an accurate representation of what they believe they will need to operate and maintain the system, both in terms of number of employees, expenditures that they'll have. We also take a look and we forecast energy consumptions or water purchases. We apply that to what we pay. So that may not align exactly with the budget either, because we do a separate independent projection of how much water do we need to buy from the water authority. I think we get into a little more detail in that forecast of what we think our water purchases will be than may be done during the budgetary process by the city. But we can get into more, Dennis and Colin can get into more detail on that.
And I guess partly that was what I was trying, the reason I brought it up front instead of as like we go in the slides, I was trying to hopefully we can put it in our minds. So I'm not trying to take up too much time tonight. I realize that some of the stuff that I have concerns on, that I'm not really sure which is the best way to resolve it, because it's I'm looking at 4 different reports. None of the reports match. And so then who's right? That's the problem. And if somebody's wrong, then we have different things going forward. So I realize we don't have time tonight. It's the question is, and that'll get again toward at the very end, is when is the next meeting and when do we have to have decisions?
Yeah, and I would say, Larry, that you had mentioned the city manager's report. That's not a report that we've ever looked at or examined or had the opportunity to understand what's even in it. But after your questions that you raised, we did follow up with the finance director, and we're not getting a lot of that we really couldn't rely on that report being representative of what we were trying to achieve. But I think from the capital planning side of things, when you say you're looking at 4 different reports, the reports we're looking at are certainly Dennis's reports of capital planning, those capital planning reports, and we've really tried to work hard to align those. So I think those, if there's any differences, it's got to be just timing differences between last year or this year, and but the total project costs are the total project, because we worked hard with Dennis and his staff to get that total cost. If there are other reports that you're looking at, it'd be helpful for us to understand what those reports are, what those discrepancies that you're seeing, so we can help you either confirm that let's don't rely on that report and why, or hey, here's something that maybe we missed, maybe this report was right and we should have incorporated it, but right now we can't really respond to that. But if you have can give us more specifics, that would be very greatly appreciated.
And I guess the best, because basically it's really easy, the 4, but and I'll spit them out and then we'll figure out the best way to discuss it later. The biggest information we have available to us is the city manager's report. That's the most information that this committee has available to us, to overall expenses and revenues. So then you go to the audited reports. Okay, so what you guys, I hope, saw was something completely different than what we saw. We see the CAFR or something,
Yeah, that's the same report we see. That's it.
Okay, but the problem is there, from what I could find, there's one page that shows us and it's all combined. So I'm hoping you guys got the background data, but we don't have the background data, and I'm pretty positive that report that is to the public doesn't have it. So that's...
You're correct. The CAFR, the Consolidated Annual Financial Report, which is our comprehensive annual financial report, presents the audited financial statements, but in some cases they are in summary form, they're at a very high level, and so the subsidiary ledgers are things that we're able to, that have been, the auditors audited, but that's what we had to get to those, actually those even individual fund balance numbers, working with the finance department staff, saying what are those fund balance numbers that tie to the total, the audited figures.
See, and we don't have access to that, so I can't get, being able to do it. It's not in the package.
I think that those could be made available to you through finance without.
Okay, that'd be helpful. The other one is one that was in the packet that was sent to you that I could decipher. I believe it's called, it's a 5-year split or 2015 split. It was from 2015 to 2020. It had actuals from 2015 to 2019, and then the 20 was a budget. So it had actuals in there, but the actuals were a little hard to decipher. So again, those numbers didn't match everything. So, and then we have then we have your report. That's the 4 reports, but not a single one matches anything. And like I said, part of it is I understand that you guys are pulling things differently and they're pulling things differently and their reports mean different things. It's just maybe somewhere along the line we need a bridging document that says this is what relates to you and to this financial, because I'm hoping that the rest of the committee, if the rest of the committee can make sense out of it, then I guess I need to step aside and say, if you guys can make a recommendation. To me, I see enough problems, and I'll bring some of those out in the things, that I can't help the committee to say this, I agree with the recommendations at this point.
So all I can say is that we were hired based on our qualifications and experience as experts in this field, relied upon the financial information that we typically normally rely on with utilities that we've done over the last maybe 10 years, maybe 1,400 studies around the United States, 1,200 different clients, and so that very traditional, similar approaches. We end up, I'm very confident that our numbers and what we have presented to you fairly and accurately present the financial position of the utility and what we believe in our forecast the utility will experience in the next 6 years, relying upon financial CIP data. We do not call on those other reports that you have. We haven't, they didn't, they weren't a useful tool for us. We went to the detailed data and customer usage data to have better information. So if they're, I'd say that the trying to reconcile between multiple reports can be challenging. It's not saying that it can't be done, but there may be irreconcilable differences because the way the reports are structured and the way they, the supporting data for those reports to be able to even come to an answer to your question. But if we're given the premise that the only report that we should rely on is the city manager's report as the true and accurate representation of what the financial structure and position of the utility as opposed to the audited financial statements, we would question that because we rely on the public accountants and those auditors who are licensed and to perform those public accounting functions.
Well, I did not, if I raised my voice, I apologize. I did not mean to be controversial at all on this. Confrontational. I did not mean to be confrontational on this. Like I said, basically I saw some discrepancies, and so I'm just looking at the data that is available to me, and I went through the data that was sent to you, and I couldn't find the data I couldn't even find the same data that you're showing. So I didn't know where else to go. You're exactly right. You can't rely on the city manager's report. It's not in a format that fits this need, but it's the only data with the audited at a high level that I have available to me. And that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to go with the higher level and avoid longer. I want to keep this shorter tonight.
Yeah.
So I want to keep it civil. I'm just trying to figure out that, and so I guess I'll just wait now to the slides, and I can point out some of the things that concern me and find a way that we can resolve it, because we're not going to resolve it tonight.
Right. And certainly we didn't haven't expected you to you're not, as a workshop, this is not a decision-making opportunity for you, but it's something, provide you information so you can consider it, deliberate on it, and then in the future, you get to the point of having to make a decision. But Larry, just one final thing. If you're talking about the document, the data that I sent you regarding the utility administration account, that all came from detailed accounting data from the finance department, which it sounds like you aren't getting. So we'll just have to make sure that you have access to that's by each in a line item account within each of the departments and fund numbers. Because that provides, that's the audited numbers are the final numbers, and so that's what's there.
Yeah, if we can get the breakout, the whole committee can get the breakout, I think it would be helpful.
I just had one comment. So that'll be in the final study, I guess, the information he's asking for, right? Where you got the granular level of, no?
No, we won't be including that because that would be tens of, thousands of pages of documents. You just, so.
Is there any way we can have access to it, or?
Dennis can work with the finance department to see that we got it. They provided it to us, so I think it's public information. So, okay. So that, Colin, I'll let you have at it.
All right, take this off. There we go. Call it the presentation, and I actually printed this, so I've got my pen. So I'm going to take notes while we talk, and we'll try to work through some of those things as we need to. So let's go here. Okay, so these are the things we're going through. Financial plan, that's the majority of kind of what we're focused on. We'll touch on the cost of service. That hasn't really changed in terms of the kind of broad conclusions and rate options. A summary of our recommendations at this point and some issues for future consideration. And we'll probably be doing 5 throughout. So, but we can do the round robin at the end for questions. Just a little bit of background going through the financial plans. We talked about this in one of our early meetings, but just wanted to note it since it's been 6 months since even longer, I guess, on the financial planning side, since we've talked about some of these things. Fund structure, electric, water, wastewater, solid waste we're not really heavily focused on, mostly because that's generally a pass-through of the cost from BC disposal. It is part of utilities. So it is part of what's in the technical memorandum. So we're tracking it, it's incorporated in there, but like I said, it's mostly just kind of a pass-through. And then utilities administration, which is Dennis and his staff, basically the folks that are responsible for managing the 4 utilities. So those are the 5 funds. Right now, there is a payment to the city general fund of $1,025,000, and that recovers the cost of administrative support from other city funds and activities that support utilities. So that's where that's at currently. I will also say that there's, at least the way the budget's structured, there's a transfer from each individual fund to utilities administration to cover utility administration costs, not city administration costs. So that's the structure of the funds.
And I guess that's one of the ones that's starting to, I'll try not to interrupt as much. But
no, okay.
The administration is another one that's really confusing.
Yes.
Because I guess where you say, and through the document, you show that it's mostly the $1 million that goes to the city fund. Your last statement covered most of it, but it's still confusing. So you got Dennis's group.
Yes.
And so that's covers, but it's being budgeted for about $3 million. Well, this year it's $3 million because of COVID. Last year it was $3.6 million, and then it goes up. So when we get towards those areas, I definitely want to go through that in more detail.
Right.
But so you're saying that more of that is not to the city, it's for overall utility costs?
So there's two things that happen. There's two buckets of administrative costs. And maybe a flow chart might be helpful in this instance, but I don't have one on handy, but I might consider making one. So there's administrative costs for Dennis. Just use Dennis as an example. So he's working with electric, water, wastewater, solid waste. So a portion of the utilities administration budget is Dennis.
Okay, that's clear.
And Josh.
And that's
okay.
understood.
Okay. And then there's also budgeted within that fund, the utilities administration fund, there's a transfer to the city. It covers the cost of city employees that provide administrative support to utilities. An example of that might be Diane or the finance department. So that's currently the $1,025,000. That's what covers those costs, or is supposed to cover those costs.
Okay.
Health insurance for everyone. There's other benefits, retirement benefits.
Yeah, I don't know if those are budgeted within the fund or.
They are.
They should be part of each utility fund.
I think those are, well, I don't know, but.
Because that was in the detail I sent you.
Correct, but there's a large amount of salaries in that you sent me.
Yeah.
And that's why it's more than 3 people. You've got Dennis. Well, in the hierarchy, that's where you're right. A flow chart would be very helpful. So maybe but I guess in the future, this is another one in the future, because you gave us a good breakdown of electrical, water, and waste. We don't have a good breakdown of utilities.
Right, and what goes into that?
And so it's very confusing when in the different how they flow in and out of some of these charts that you give us.
Right.
It's hard to say, and it keeps raising. That's another thing.
Right.
Okay. Just so for future aspects.
Yeah, no. And actually, after we talked, I started working on breaking out that combined cash flow, which isn't in the presentation, but it's in the tech memo, that will show how that utility administration kind of factors into all the other stuff. So I think that'll help. I mean, the other thing we could do is, you've seen that utility split file. So most of what we have would fit neatly into that file. So
that'd be helpful, because
that might make it easier to kind of line up.
There's 37% increase for two of those salaries in between 20 and 21 and 22, I believe.
Right. So 20 is the budget. 21 is the budget. 22 is where we made. Of course, there's no budget for 22 yet, right? So we have to project that. 22 is the preliminary 21 budget, pre-COVID cuts, plus inflation for 22.
But no, but the personnel though didn't have a cut. The personnel had increases all the way through this.
Well, then that's
Personnel did
something
not
we need
get
to
cut.
we need an explanation of why the budget increased.
That's what I'm asking for.
Right, and I'm not. Yeah, and so that's something we'll have to work with staff on.
Because that's a large 37% for and that's just in the admin. Fred brought over 2 of the other ones there, but
right.
With the file that you sent me, it was 37% in two categories. So maybe it was in one category, but either way, there was 37% increase.
Right. Well, and if you look at the back of the tech memo, I mean, we've lined up the budget. It ties to the detailed budget that's been approved, and so to the extent that that's 37% higher, I'm going to need help understanding why that is.
But those are things that I'm
right. No,
for.
and I'm not trying to dismiss your question. I don't know the answer without asking someone.
And
else.
I expected you wouldn't. I just want to. These are the questions. These are why I'm concerned.
No,
and,
I understand.
And a little hyper, I suppose.
Yep. No. Yep. I'm hoping Josh can back me up too on that. Okay, so these are the balances. It says fiscal 2020 beginning. This was what Bill was referring to earlier. This is the end of 19. These are the end of 19 balances in these funds. That's what we started 2020 with in our projections. Now we know how 2020 ended, so we can update these with the actuals. I know when we talked, we thought maybe they might be high, maybe about $4 million higher. So that probably has to do with most likely timing of capital we probably underspent our budget a little bit relative to what we thought it would be.
Well, according to this, related to this one, we're about 9 million difference, because at the end of 20, it was 25 million just for unrestricted cash, not 16.
Okay, well, we'll have to compare numbers on that. I don't have a number quite that big, and I did ask for a preliminary breakdown of these, and I don't know if that your number comes from the city manager's report.
It does.
Okay, all right. So we'll get that sorted out.
Okay, because and that's what would be helpful if we can get the starting point.
Right.
It would be helpful to see the starting point in 19, the starting point in 20, and the starting point in 21 even. Well, because we're in fiscal year 21.
Right.
So where the utilities were at the beginning of each year would be very helpful.
Okay.
Each utility, because we never see the breakout. So.
Right, and some of these are, just trying to think of. Yeah, okay, we'll have to work through the details on that, because a lot of this was combined going backwards and is just now being separated, is my understanding, by utility.
And that's the question. So Dennis, or something, like, when did we separate the utilities out? What year was that?
I believe it was before me. I think it was 2018, but I'd have to get back with finance or verify that.
Okay, I was thinking it was as early as 17 or something, but.
It could have been.
Because there again, that's one of the documents that has administrative fund
Right.
as early as 15, and so that's why I was confused. So
Right.
it seems like it wouldn't have been broken out in 15 if it wasn't there. So
Yeah, I know when they did that original rate study, they were not broken out, even though the numbers were broken out. They were still combined.
okay, and so yeah, so it's either 17 or 8. I don't think it's as far as back as 15, but it could be as early as 17, but maybe it's 18. It helps a little bit to understand
Right.
as we're going forward.
Okay. This just reviews the process. Oh, I kind of skipped ahead. So the reason I put this up here, I do have the balances because I think it was helpful to know where they're at. They may be higher. We'll find out how much higher when we work that out. But just wanted to go through the purpose of each of these. So basically, there's a minimum operating reserve of 20% of operating expenditures. Anything above that isn't otherwise restricted is unrestricted. We have an emergency capital reserve, which I think we touched on earlier. That's $5 million. So if there's a failure of a critical component of infrastructure, we can use that money. Rate stabilization reserve, that's for large increases in wholesale power or water costs that we didn't anticipate. Bond reserve, we're not required to have that anymore after the refunding, so we can use that to pay off the debt early, which is something we've talked about. RDA reserve, it's money that can be used in a certain area of the city. I don't think we have any projects identified for that area, but that money can be used if there are projects there.
Well, that's what I'm confused. Dennis, do you understand the rural? What's rural for Boulder City?
I think they don't consider it rural. This is really a question for Michael Mays in community development, but I think they have this older part of downtown as part of the redevelopment area. So in theory, we could spend some of that money on some of those projects. I'm not sure what kind of rules are set around that, or even how it was developed. It's just been there. It was funded for a few years. They quit funding it. They, the city council and city staff, quit funding it, I believe, last fiscal year or maybe the year before. So it's just staying at that number for now until we decide to use it.
Well, it seems like it's a very limited number. So when it comes into your tables further down, showing it that it's available I just didn't know how much really would be usable. It sounds like it's very, very specific.
Right. It is very specific. I guess the intent behind including it is that it would tie to the total in other areas in other words, when we agree on what the 35 million should be, that number is presumably included in that. I mean, we can make a footnote that says, well, you can't really use it, but it's there if we have a use for it.
So this part's handy, because that's more what I'm hoping for. We have some of this, and then sometimes we go from a broad aspect to a limited, and it's hard to track it.
Right, well, and part of it is, we could have all these funds flow throughout everything, but they really can't be touched for the most part. So I'm trying to focus on really those top two in terms of where we end, knowing that we have the others, but really where do we stand relative to that minimum 20%?
Yeah, and I would agree with you. Those top two are the ones that are really going to be.
Yeah, that's the focus.
Okay, thank you.
But it is nice you're trying to get to 20%, even thinking of those other things. So we've got at least the 20% plus those other items, which is good. Process. So we've got, in terms of the financial plans, really it's revenue under existing rates. So if we don't make any changes to rates, what will our revenues be? Projecting operation and maintenance and capital expenditures. And then given those things at the end of each year, how do we stand relative to these kind of financial performance metrics? Our focus is really on we just have one bond issue, and we're going to try to pay it off as fast as we can, and we're generally a pay-go city. So really A is the one that's important, which is having that, at least that 20% to deal with kind of the unexpected. In terms of revenue under existing rates, we talked about this kind of months ago, but basically what we're doing is we're using an average of multiple years, and just basically to not overweight the impact of any one year in terms of the forecast. We know that electric, water, and really wastewater too, because it's billed based on water usage, will fluctuate due to weather patterns. There isn't a perfect forecast, which really means we want to budget carefully, but not be overly conservative. And then make sure we've got reserves in case revenues are lower than we anticipate. Because it's hard to know exactly what's going to happen. Like, for example, no one predicted the COVID thing that has really been impacting revenues everywhere. But fortunately, we're in a position where we're able to absorb things like that because we've built up those reserves. Your mic's not on.
I think that's one thing that we'll get to specifically that when we get to the slide, but that's where I think the water is actually, looks like it was actually it wasn't as conservative as it might be. That's because it's taken like from a point at 2019 or 20 and gone from that point, and 2019 was a high year. So I'll get to that, but that's where it's a little bit confusing.
Okay. We've also built in some assumed reductions in consumption each year. Pretty minimal. I think it's 0.5%, but generally people are being more efficient with their usage. So more efficient appliances and that sort of thing. So we know that that usage will likely to continue to go down slightly each year. This is just the breakdown of electric revenue, water.
Okay, that's the one that I'm concerned with is that one right there, because so let me see if I've got my data correct. The audited numbers that's electrical. Okay, so the historical revenue, we've got a rate at, okay, so yeah, you're showing that you're showing a 12 million for, is that 19? Yeah, 19. Okay, you don't have that. That's another
No,
slide.
this
That's
is just 21 and beyond.
That's from the table off the technical paper.
Yeah.
But I see, so you've got, yours is at 11, so it's 21 to keep it consistent.
Right.
21 is, okay, the water, you've got is 12.1, correct?
Total, including non-rate revenue.
Right, okay. And from what I can see, so the only data I have available, well, actually, no, this is from the 21 budget.
Right.
Is showing that there's 9.7 plus hookups of 55,000, so you have 9.75 is what was budgeted. And so I don't know if that's non-revenue included. Hookups would be a non-revenue.
Right.
So I don't know if that's what but if it is 9.75 compared to 12.1, That's a big difference.
Right. No, I agree, and I haven't looked at this in a while, but if I remember looking back at actuals, they were higher than the 9.7.
That's correct. They were in the 10 range, but not
Yeah.
the 11 range. And the 2000 came in at the 11 range too, unless something has drastically changed since August number. So
You mean
they're
the
getting
2000, the 2020?
the 2020.
Okay.
Sorry,
That
2020
was
came in around 10.
11-ish in total.
In total, maybe it was 11-ish, but the billing, and this is all related to the billing or the non-energy, but this isn't related to interest and stuff like this. This sheet right here that you're showing us, does the non-revenue, well, even if you do, the 11.5 is just billing data. That is not interest or anything like that, because it's all related to what you're saying the customers are going to
Correct.
supply you
Yes.
with. And so, from what I can tell, we haven't received anything over 10.5 million, I believe, for just billing revenue. So that's where I'm a little concerned, because it looks like it's as much as $1 million over, so that, you know, that we're not starting at a conservative area. So we have to talk to finance, because we can't answer it tonight, but that's one of my biggest concerns, because if it's $1 million off every year, well, that's 5 million right off, that's 5 million. And so we're tight. That one, as you'll go through the thing, you're showing that we're tight at the end of 5-year period. And so that alone would be problematic.
Yeah, so just one observation on this, just looking at this table, this table's it really needs to be revised. It's a little bit high. If you look at the detailed cash flows, it's actually 11.1. These numbers must have been earlier numbers that we were looking at. So, but yeah, I agree. If we're maybe a little high there. So we'll have to take a look at actuals and see what makes sense. I mean, the only other thing to think about with the actuals is we've been increasing our rates. We didn't increase them this past year, but the rate, that prior 5-year plan actually had some pretty large increases in rates.
Exactly. Well, 19 was the last year of the increase. So
Right.
19 I would expect would have been higher.
Right.
But 19 had less water use, so it's confusing that way. 2020 had...
No rate increase.
No, 2020 did not have any rate increase for water. 19 was the last rate increase for water. So it should have been similar. It could have been similar to 19 depending on the water use. There's a lot of factors.
Right.
You're exactly right. There's so many factors. I agree with
Right.
it. But there was nothing that showed anything close to this.
Yeah, I
as
mean, you've
billing
got different
revenue.
usage in different years, plus the impact of the increases in the prior year. So it's kind of like there was no increase in 20, but maybe usage was lower. So, but we can dig into that and just make sure we don't need to increase the conservatism on that one.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions.
Oh, sure.
In the slides, it jumps over the section in the memo regarding actual usage.
Okay.
And it says it was based on a multi-year average, and it looks like it was based on 17, 18, and 19. But there was a memo that said the billing data was only available from 2017 onward.
Depends on the class. There's generally, the data were most complete for the most recent 2 years.
Okay. And on the forecast of the customer usage, you're going on the assumption that there's going to be a 0.5% decline in electric, water, and wastewater usage?
Correct.
But that's not taking into account climate change. Warmer summers, increased air conditioning use, or you haven't allowed for any increase in population?
Well, I guess it's my understanding that we're not interested in a lot of growth within the city. I mean, so.
But I think it allows, is it 60 units a year?
I believe that's correct, although those new homes are way more efficient, both on the energy side and the water side.
Yeah, so we're assuming that at least this is probably maybe a little conservative in the sense that it's assuming that the conservation outweighs the limited amount of growth that's in there. But in terms of your climate change comment, I mean, that's going to kind of be a year-to-year thing to some extent. That's hard to capture in a forecast like this. I mean, that's kind of why you have the reserves.
Okay. But then on the usage figures estimated, everything is in a decline, but in the commercial usage, you've got both declining, commercial less than 300 kilowatt and commercial greater than 300 kilowatt. As the commercial in greater than 300 kilowatts hours reduces, wouldn't that make the commercial less than 300 kilowatt increase?
No, they're two different groups of customers. It's just the demand of the customer. So there's
Right,
two different
so
types of customers.
If the customer's demand falls below 300?
It's not, they're two different types of customers.
Okay,
It's like the size of the customer, as opposed to, it's not like a block rate where it's so much usage at this level versus
Okay.
that level. It's just bigger versus smaller customers, essentially,
okay.
in terms of demand.
And then in the report, let me find the page, there was a discussion of the SNWA per capita,
Right.
and they want us to get to 105 gallons per person per day. I gotta find the right page. And, but their 105 gallons per capita per day goal includes the recovered indoor water treated and used for direct reuse. I thought it was misleading in that ours showed it was like 500 gallons per person per day. I've lost the page.
In page 6, that's correct, because they account for the return flow credit. And we don't, and we do use more water.
Oh, this one right here. Yeah, so this makes it combined annual per person per day, 2019, 511 gallons per person per day. And the report refers to SNWA's goal of getting it down to 105. But this 511 doesn't count for any of that reuse. And our water doesn't go back into the lake at this point, right? So my point is that comparing us to the 105 gallon per person per day, I think is unrealistic and makes it look like we use way more water than anybody in Las Vegas.
Well, we do.
Yeah, we in certain cases they do, but in certain cases they don't. She brings up a really good point though, because if you're saying that recycled, they're saying SNWA says 99% of all the indoor water is recycled.
Right.
So they're basically saying that 105, if I'm understanding correctly, is all outdoor use.
You could probably get from them that number without the return flow credit to compare that.
That was my point, is we need to compare apples to apples. And so it was misleading, making us look like we were.
Or just not even put that in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we were on, let me flip back so I can just make sure I'm taking notes as we go along here. Oh, there goes that. Some of the water. Where's the rest of the water? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're on step one. Let's see here. And then we've kind of gotten into this a little bit, but you know, So of course, the fiscal 20 budget is less relevant if we start with the end of 20. But that's where we started with this forecast. We started with the end of 19 fund balances, so we had to project 20. So we used the 20 approved budget. For 21, we used the 21 approved budget for operation and maintenance expenditures. And then in 22, that's where we made some adjustments. So there were things that were cut in the approved budget from the preliminary budget that we restored. And if it would be helpful to have a breakdown of those budgets lined up, we can provide that in that kind of utility split form.
Yeah, it probably would be helpful, because I think there was some done in the electrical also, but I'm not, because electrical maintenance is a little high too.
We did add things in the out years. I'm just trying, I don't remember if we did an electric too, but I can check on that. I know there was maintenance and equipment that had been reduced quite a bit, and then we added things in the out years it is up there, for future condition assessments, and then another rate study at some point down the road, because you look at them about every 5 years, it seems like, so. Okay, and then these are the things that we looked at a little bit more closely. So we've got rate projections and our sales forecast plus line loss, and then purchased water plus some assumed water loss, and then a lot of the SNWA charges are fixed, but to the pieces that are based on volume, we used our sales forecast.
Where's that water loss going?
There's always, Dennis left at a bad time. Okay, so, there's always some leakage in the distribution system that occurs. I think we've been replacing our meters, so some of it too is just the fact that you've got to buy more water than you're ultimately able to bill to your customers. So some of it leaks out, some of it's meters not capturing all of the usage as they age. If you replace your meters, then that issue kind of goes away. I got asked about where the water loss comes from, but you walked out at that exact moment.
So, I don't have a very good answer.
But beyond that.
We just started a process with SNWA to jointly do our water loss projections per the AWWA M3 manual or whatever it is. So I don't have real numbers for you. I can tell you we run our system at a much higher pressure than a lot of utilities, so that leads to additional leakage. We do have some older, there's actually built-in leakage calculations you can do for the type of pipe, not the age of the pipe, and so all that stuff we're looking at. So I don't have a good answer, but eventually we will.
Well, the one thing too on this slide is it shows more in the slide coming up pretty quick with the water, is first off, that's in your slide, that's where sometimes rounding gets a little bit, because it's 4.5 and instead of 5%, and that 0.5% adds up. The second thing is in one of the presentations that was made to this committee.
We're purchasing 0.5% less too. That's part of it.
But that's not shown in your data. That's not shown in your data, so that's what I'm getting at, because you've got, to actually it up, it would be, instead of being 5, it should be 4, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, instead of being 5, it should be 4. So you purchase.
Well, we're assuming that the rate increases at 5, the charges increase at 5% per year. There's only one charge, I think, that there's our share of debt service. There's a fixed charge that wouldn't increase, but the charges that are based on meter size and the charge that's based on raw and potable volumes, those all go up by 5%. So when you wrap it all up and just compare the total, it may be a little bit less than 5%. So that's maybe an imprecise bullet on that slide. I'll give you that.
Right. Well, Dennis, you had mentioned in the thing that the SNL promised that they would not raise it any less than 1.5 and they would not raise it more than 4.5.
Correct.
So then it doesn't seem like you would raise it 4.5 every year if it should be in that range. So that was part of my concern.
And it's CPI based.
Huh?
It's CPI based. So they're using the Consumer Price Index to make that determination between the 1 and the 4.5.
So it shouldn't be 4.5 every year.
We're getting too deep into the minutia, okay? The problem is you can't forecast your CPI index, okay? So it can run between this and this. If you figure a high number, you're safer than a low number.
In most cases, yes,
In all cases, if you're talking about money going out of your pocket, having a lower expense account, lower expense out of your pocket is greater than having a greater expense. So I say leave it at 5 and we got a cushion because we can adjust it every year.
And I'll have to go back and check with them, but there's actually a CPI for water and wastewater utility that's typically higher than the normal, West Coast CPI.
Okay, well, I was just trying to use what you had given us
Right.
at one of the meeting, that's what was presented to us in one of the presentations.
Well, and I know there's a fixed charge that covers capital costs that's calculated based on the number of meters at each size, and that has actually gone up quite a bit. So I don't know what the inflation gets applied to, if it's generally that, plus if there's a big capital project that gets rolled into it, it's more, or if it's the CPI gets applied to just the volume rate, but we'll find out.
And Greg, you're correct, because I was arguing over with myself whether to bring it up, because it's sometimes better to, it's different than the revenue. The revenue we want to be more conservative on, and sometimes expenses we don't want to be too conservative on. That is correct.
Right.
Yeah, but if you dump 10 million gallons of water out of a tank, you're going to have a problem. That's why I say fix the valve in the tank first, don't lose the water, and then go out and put the valve on the outside. There's ways to do this stuff to where you conserve the water. You talk a couple million gallons of water being out on the desert because you got to dump the tank, you're going to have problems.
And that cost estimate was based on doing the work in the tank.
Yeah.
But actually 10% is 300 million gallons a year, so that's kind of a lot.
Okay. And then, okay, so now we get into this, the kind of thoughts on the general fund. So we've got the $1,025,000, and then there's $120,000 in payroll for public works employees that also work on utility related things that's already built into the budget. So kind of throughout this whole process, we were looking at cost of service. And one of the things that comes out of the water cost of service especially is that the rates for the city significantly under recover cost of service. So we wanted to look at the flip side of that and make sure that the costs that were being charged to the utilities were also at an appropriate level. So that's where these come in. There's the central services fee, which was basically would be the $1,025,000 raised to 1.4, and then a franchise fee of 5% of revenues. The city's financial advisor did some research on kind of what's done elsewhere and what's allowed under the statutes, and this is consistent with the approaches that have been taken by neighboring communities. Race to the...
Whoever, I'll be happy. Go ahead, and George, because this...
It's just another dumb question, but these seem like the sort of generic terms. Well, there's this fee, but for ignoramuses like me, maybe not tonight, I realize times, but maybe someone can explain this in more detail, what these fees are.
The fees that they want to charge, we are now giving Cox Communications and CenturyLink and other agencies free usage of our poles. We do not charge for them to bolt to our poles. That is not right. You don't give somebody else free rein to our utilities, because if our pole is owned by the city and it goes bad, I guarantee you they're going to come after us to fix it. So when you have a franchise fee, for example, you give a utility like Cox Communications or CenturyLink a right of way down your overhead poles, your utilities. So if somebody clips a pole with a car, they've got to come out and rebolt their cable to the pole. We're not collecting any rent for the usage of those poles. When it goes underground, if you're familiar with the underground service, the phone system and the cable TV service comes through the same underground conduits with no charges for the city of Boulder to maintain those conduits.
Yeah, but Greg, if I understand, this isn't being charged somebody else, this is being charged the utility fund.
No, it's being charged, it's a franchise fee.
No, it's being charged. It's an expense to us. Look at the, and then we'll get to the.
That's why I highlighted, it says franchise fee, which recognizes the utility fund's use of the city rights of way. Now, the problem is, as part of that franchise fee, Cox Communications and other companies are not being charged for it. They're on the polls for free.
And that-
So the utility collects the fee from the franchisee, Cox Communications and CenturyLink, and then puts it back into their utility budget for maintenance of the poles.
If we do that, I can agree with it, but this, they're asking to transfer as an expense to the general fund.
But the problem is you're only allowed and able to put as much data into these reports as what you can gather from the outside entities. Otherwise, this report's 1,000 pages. I don't want to read 1,000 pages.
I understand, but I guess that's the thing I need to understand is, so can you help clarify, so instead of us arguing among ourselves, and not arguing, discussing, is which is the 1.5? What exactly is that?
Yeah. Bill's got a little more experience with this than I do.
Yeah, so it's, when you think about an enterprise fund utility, it's where a city says, we want to treat this utility as if it was like a private utility. So one, I don't know if, does the city charge a franchise fee to these other private utilities?
Some do, some of it is charged, and some is not. That's what I found in the last 4 years that I've been here.
So it should be consistently applied to whether it be landline, telephone, cable TV, and other providers. It's natural gas utilities that should all be paying a franchise fee. And it's also not uncommon, and it is more common here in Nevada and certainly in Las Vegas Valley, to have the city also charge that franchise fee approach to their enterprise fund utilities. Same type of process, 5% of revenue. So it's, and what's a little different is that an investor-owned utility will show that on the customer's bill, so that the customer knows this is a tax that's been added that's not hidden from the customer, that it's not going to the utility, it's going to the city. So, but typically it's a lot of cities, and I don't know how Henderson's doing it, if they're showing it on their bill or not, but I suspect not. But there's two things that, why do they charge that? One, there are some things that even in this indirect cost study, things that the city provides benefits to the utility, whether it be the city streets, the wear and tear on the streets, things that the taxpayers are paying for, police and fire protection, that isn't getting allocated at all to utilities, but it's all those kinds of things that would be part of that would be covered by a franchise fee. So there's not an absolute calculation of, well, how much is the cost and how much should that rate be? So 5% is what's allowed by the Nevada statutes and the administrative code. And so that's what the Finance Department has recommended, and we have concurred with that as a reasonable approach. But that is a big policy decision for the City Council and for this committee. Say, well, yeah, we like this idea or we don't, but someone will have to decide. It's not going to be the rate consultant that decides it. But that 5% is for that franchise fee that provides additional revenues that support the taxpayer that is supporting the general fund of the city.
Right, but the problem is we'd have to go back and change city charter. Okay, because this is a municipality formed by the federal government for the building of Hoover Dam. So now you've got a problem with the original town being part of the conscript of a reservation, and that has not been deleted out of the contract that I know of. Okay. So the franchise fee would be charged by the utility or the city for the purpose of a for-profit company attaching to our city municipality-owned poles.
Yeah. So I guess Zion, the city's financial advisor did the analysis, the legal analysis. So their report back to the finance department said that it complied with the references that they had to the Nevada revised statutes as well as the administrative code. But they didn't, I don't think they looked at the underlying or overarching legislation that established Boulder City.
And that's the problem. It's not the conscript of the state of Nevada. It's between the federal government and the city of Boulder City.
Yeah.
So it steps way above. So I think that has to have a bullet put on it to where we check into it.
So I think we can go back to the finance director and suggest that they go back to their financial advisor who did the analysis to do that analysis.
Because I want to make sure everybody understands in this committee, if you didn't, we're, like I said, right now for this year, it's $3 million is being budgeted for the admin fund, but that's because of COVID. So basically it's about 3.6, and it's been up and down for the last 3 years, but it's supposed to be going down, not up. And the other thing that we've got is now if you incorporate the 2 raises here, it goes to 4.8 in 2022. And so as long as, Greg, we're on the same page now, if I can understand for a profit organization to get a franchise fee is one thing. We are a nonprofit, so there should not be a franchise fee on on the Boulder City utilities. So that's...
That I agree with 100%. We're not in conflict. The problem I've got is, like we heard tonight, they took a couple $100,000 out of the fee that was being paid to the executive side of the house to pay for a forklift. So it's almost like creating a slush fund for the utilities and other things to come out of. It's not right.
That's why I'm asking for more detail on the utilities, and that's because most of us been asking, and that's why we've been doing it. There's been a lot of, well, we need it for this, and it's almost like we'll just throw it. And this, when you're looking at the central fee, it's backed into a 5%. It's just a random percentage. It's not what they need. It's what they've decided we can do. And so that it's hard for us to say, well, that's fine.
I think that was based on a prior indirect cost study at a high level, but it looked at things that are based on full-time equivalents and working with individuals from each of the departments to get an estimate of the amount of time they spent on utility-related matters. And I think that was, I think the finance director had submitted a memorandum to the city manager, that went on to the city council probably back in maybe 2018 or 17, about the time when the decision was to reduce it to $1,025,000. But and so the $1.4 million is what we looked at was it was not out of the range of reasonableness relative to what other utilities are paying for similar charges for central service fees. So,
but again, it should be at cost. It should be not guessed and backed into. Because again, I'm not sure. It'd be interesting to see if the other municipalities, Henderson, Las Vegas, are actually municipalities or something else. But Greg's got a great good point. Boulder City is different. Our charter is different. We've been established different. But back in, so you're saying back in March 6th of 2019, in Boulder City's own publication, they talk about a transfer of the general fund. And at the time, for Boulder City, the cost allocation study set the figure at 1.4 annually for this enterprise fund cost. However, the city council has set a goal to transfer less than what is allowed by state law and reduce that amount to 1 million by the year 2021. And so now, the year 2021, we're keeping it that way just because of COVID, but year 22, we're raising it. So again, we're going against what the council had been asking to do.
No, we haven't done anything. We're just saying that this is a recommendation, so the council can say, go pound sand. I mean, we can't force them to do anything. That's not our job here.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, at the end, we don't even set rates. We make a recommendation. It's up to the legislative body to establish the rates that are charged to their customers. So again, part of this is that there was concerns that if we went to cost of service and we increased the cost to the city for utility service by what, maybe $3 million?
Yeah, it's a couple million.
Couple $1 million, that there was, that would be a drain on the essentially the tax revenues of the city. So how do we balance those things? So again, for the utility right now, the ratepayers are in effect subsidizing the city accounts from a cost of service standpoint. And maybe as an offset, maybe the city accounts or the general fund, the taxpayers, maybe they could deserve more money as a trade-off. So the net effect of this would probably be at the same point total. So
the problem we're having is that these gentlemen got hired to produce a report. They didn't have any knowledge before walking into this job that we've changed all our electric meters out, and we've got a heck of a larger increase than what we had before the old meters. Now we're changing out the water meters, okay? So one thing that's an unknown on this report and this recommendation is the increased revenue of these different services that we're billing to our consumers, and it gets into a consumer shock. We can always change what this recommendation is later on in time. But to see a reduction on a service charge for water, for example, of $10 a month is phenomenal because we've done our job as a recommendation. Now, if we come back a year later and we say, hey, we're struggling, we need to bump this up another $5 a month because we've got this problem going on and we can justify it, there is nobody in this town that won't say, hell no. Because like I've told several people, if you don't like it, move. Okay? No, because George, I just got my electric bill for Edison. Okay? And that's a for-profit. And for 30 days, electric only was $250. City of Los Angeles for a 2-month bill, just got it down there. My brother-in-law's living at the house. He didn't pay last month's bill because he was in the hospital. It was $1,000 friggin' dollars for the same stuff they're charging us here. Water, sewer, electric, and trash. $500 every 2 months. And it's just amazing. And what I'm saying is that I will gladly pay what Boulder City charges for the rates. I don't have any problem about it because I've been elsewhere. You know, the thing I'm trying to do is make sure that this report is as accurate as it can be at the date it was presented and printed. And we can keep changing this stuff until the cows come home. But this is a darn good report. And if we're going to get down to the brass tacks, everything that we ask for from the city, they have to get the same stuff. And there has to be a time and a date stamp on it. Otherwise, we're trying to figure this out, and we're just running around like chickens with our heads cut off.
And again, I'm not trying to be not trying to be controversial about this, and I don't mean to, if I'm getting out of control or out of hand with being too much. I'm just trying to make sure some of these things hit me hard, and so I'm probably coming back a little bit more passionate than I need to. So Greg's got some good points, and I think that's what I was trying to do tonight was point out some things that I have a hard time understanding this. So the more data, if I can get some more data, the better off I can get. It's good for us to talk. We want to talk among the committee members. This is the only time we have the chance. So we need to make sure that we as a committee, and that's what I wanted to make sure that we as a committee understood this franchise fee and stuff like that. It's not your aspect. So we don't want to shoot the messenger. So that is correct. That's what we got to be careful of. So we need to be cautious. And I guess I apologize if I start raising my voice. I'm just being passionate about certain things. But we'll just keep trying to do the best thing we can to go forward.
And Larry, maybe you've been accused of being analytical in the past, so it's not a problem to be analytical. But I think we want to get to the right point. And again, the good news is that we're not faced with what many cities are in their utilities, where they are in a world of hurt, not having adequate money. They're having to put off every capital expenditure they have, and water lines are breaking, but they can't afford to go out and fix them. So in our case, we have money, and if we don't spend as much money, that money, we'll still have that. So in 6 years, there will be a time, and included in the forecast for the capital plan, for the financial plans or some additional expenditures for the next round of condition assessments and things that will need to be done later in sometime in the next 5 years. And so we want to make sure we have enough money in there to do that. And even with that, we're not looking at the need to raise rates. But the good question, is this an adequate reduction in rates? So,
Personally, I'd vote not to go any lower.
yeah.
All right, let me get back by the mic here. This is just the forecast based on what we talked about. Water, electric, water, wastewater.
Yeah, just, I guess in the forecast, so just if finance can, so Dennis or whatever we can get looked at is, and the same thing that Fred brought up, is you're looking at, I believe it's 7% in electric between 20 and 21, and 20 and 22 is 11%. And water.
The personnel?
Yes, and water has 10. So I think there might have been a personnel contract, but that seems awful high for 2 years in a row. You're looking at 20% in, if you add them, it's 17% for one and 20% for the other, but that's
Right.
pretty high for 2 years, and that's going through COVID.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that it's something we produced, we'll make sure it's right. And if it's a budget, if it's part of the city budget, then we can try to get the answer as to why it increased if it did.
That would be helpful,
yeah.
because it's just another cost that.
Yep.
Pretty.
Nope, I understand, and I made a note of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so capital improvement financing. We are fortunate enough to have a variety of sources of capital improvement financing, which is very, very helpful. We've got the infrastructure sales tax, the land sales, the solar lease. These funding sources were either part of the budget or in kind of out years were based on discussions with staff. So for infrastructure sales tax, for example, I think we were previously budgeting maybe $1 million for that. We dropped it, assuming that would be coming down because COVID, like everything else. And then that would kind of slowly ramp back up. Anything that isn't covered by those is included under PAYGO. So for example, if you add up everything for water for the years that we have at CIP for, essentially those costs are covered by those outside funding sources. So we don't have to use any of our reserves. It's covered between the combination of those things. For electric, we'll have to use some of the fund balance. And then for wastewater, I believe we show using some of it as well.
Two things on this one.
Yep.
So I don't know if you know, Dennis, there again, this is where the data that we see and the data that you saw is a little different. Normally, the franchise data is shown as a revenue source. And so instead of taking away from the capital, you see it in the revenue source, and then you see the full capital amount, but you see the two numbers. You separate them in your individual tables, you separate them, but your overall table, you take the lease
just the
revenue,
net amount, yeah.
And so you can't track it. It's hard.
Well, you can track it in the individual detailed CIP financing tables. I mean,
right, but if you could, I'd appreciate if you could show the full amount of capital instead of what it's been reduced to. It tracks easier if it's not too much of a big deal to change that.
Well, and maybe, I mean, the capital financing plan is typically the way we show it, but in a lot of cases, we're talking about a mix of cash and debt. So you wouldn't necessarily want to show debt as revenue, but in our case, since it's mostly PAYGO, the impact is the same, whether it's in that cash flow or whether it's in a separate table.
Yeah, theoretically it is, but if you have a lower year, because I think that's part of what you did, you added a construction fund for water because you have this infrastructure sale. And so since you don't use the infrastructure tax on capital every year, it comes out different. Now, so it could flow through O&M. That's what I'm trying to say.
We could use it to pay for operating costs.
And so I believe that's the case.
I don't know. I mean,
Actually, you can only use it to pay for debt on the raw water line or capital.
okay, well then.
But then maybe it should be on the raw water line. Right now we're showing it as, I don't think
It's
you take it.
paying for capital projects.
Okay,
but-
you included raw line as the capital, okay.
Yeah, no, but it's paying for capital projects, but the dollars are fungible, so.
Okay, well, I'm probably getting too
Yeah.
much in the weeds on this one
Yeah.
again. It's just a little confusing when you try to track it.
Right. Okay. So this is what we talked, the table we were talking about. So you'd see the sources and the uses, the total cost of the projects is on that uses of capital improvement fund and capital improvements. I'll just stop and acknowledge the fact that we probably need to look at the ongoing projects. I know there was maybe some discrepancy there between what we had and what they have, so we can get that sorted out, or at least make sure we're comparing apples to apples. So we'll get that sorted out. The actual detailed numbers behind each of these tables is in the tech memo, in the CIPs at the end. It shows the CIP kind of as, I guess we only approve 1 year at a time, but the document that shows the 5 years in the approved CIP, and then the inflation adjusted CIP that ties to these numbers. So the only difference would be the ongoing projects and just making sure that those are properly accounted for in there. It's the same look for water and wastewater.
That was the one question I had. Dennis, do you know, is there more funds to ask the voters to vote on, or does it stop in 2024?
I believe it stops, and that's the last one.
So does it have to go back to the city council to see if more money can be done, or is it we're not gonna have any?
I don't think, we're not planning on having any.
But you've got there's that capital fund that I thought was part of the utilities, not just the general fund that is out there. There's like $10 million out there that's more than is being used, I believe.
I thought it stopped in 23 in terms of what was approved.
It stopped too, and because it was only for certain land sales.
Well, that's true, but you've got lease sales. The solar should go further then. Does the solar should go further, right? Or is that what was only voted to that year?
I'd have to get back in that.
Okay, it'd just be nice to understand it.
It looks like that's what it was, based on where I got these numbers from.
Yeah, it'd just be nice to know for the future, not because I'm not going to be problematic with this one, but for further on.
Well, I think it's actually defined in the city's executive summary.
Oh, yes, it is. That's, yeah,
I just don't have a memory.
in here. So what I have should tie to this.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's correct.
No, it's okay.
I'm not arguing with you.
No, that's a good question. I mean,
if
if this is what's approved, is it a legitimate question to say, well, could more be approved in the future, and should that be incorporated?
Yeah, because I thought solar and right now it just seems like solar is going to water, but I thought solar would be still valid. Because it's supposed to be, I thought 20% was supposed to go to utilities, but I could be misunderstanding it. I guess I'll have to try to read that closer.
Okay. Okay, so once we roll all that up, we've got the cash flow forecast, which is the next few tables, and then we've kind of started to introduce the recommendations that impact the tables. Reduction in energy rates, the fixed charge, and then also making additional principal payments on the raw water line debt, both using the bond reserve, which we're not required to maintain anymore, and then it looks like we've got room to make additional principal payments, so we've included $600,000 a year for that.
When is the raw water line debt supposed to be retired?
I've got a table.
Approximate.
No, it's in here too. So it would have been 2032, I believe, is the last payment.
So if we accelerate our payments to the water line debt because we have no prepayment penalty, when that debt is gone, in, we'll say just hypothetically 2032, that will reduce the water service charge further.
If that's what we chose to do, yes, we could reduce it further. So I kind of skipped ahead here, but
2028 is when we currently are forecasting it would be paid off by 2028.
okay, so back up here. So I know there's questions on these that I think we've kind of touched on throughout. Just a note, the answer I think is kind of at the bottom, given the changes that we're talking about. We're still looking at, having a kind of reasonable level of kind of being north of that 20% at the end of the 6-year period. Now, the water revenues we'll need to kind of take a look at and see if we need some adjustments there. But this is kind of that bottom line is kind of what we're looking at in terms of kind of all things considered. And then I know you've got some questions on within those categories, personnel and what's changed in there, as well as capital that we'll work on addressing.
Yeah, I think if you can do a flow chart on the admin.
Oh, yes.
Because that's, you're showing, because we jump, well, the biggest thing is with like the electrical, you've got almost $1 million more because that's the 1.4.
Their share of the 1.4 and the 1.5, right.
But otherwise, you still have, you still got about you still got 1.6 million or 1.7. These are funds that are going to the city for something else, and that's
well, part of it is, so that's electric's, the 1.7 is electric share of the $1,025,000 plus electric share of utility administration costs for the admin fund.
Then in the future years, we're increasing it for going to 1.4 million plus the franchise fee is in there in the future, it being in 2022.
But we can break that line out in more detail. I already started working on that.
The rest is all stuff that's within that utility administration fund that doesn't get transferred out.
Right.
But it's still to the city. Maybe that's what.
No, it's to utilities administration.
So if they don't spend the money, it goes into their reserve funds.
Okay, well, I won't waste the time with it. That's just a little, I need to.
We can provide detail on that. I started working on that after we had talked.
Okay.
Okay, and then the reserve fund balances for electric. So this just shows all the pieces. And then we'll update this to reflect where we ended fiscal 20. We're only showing 21 here, but we started in 19. Now we know how 20 ended, so we can reflect that here.
Yeah, just on the technical paper, that's where it would, so quickly, the top two are what you really should be focusing on, not the rest of it. So in this case, it's not $10 million. It's just what the top two add up to that are really the advantage.
Right, the other ones won't really change unless something comes up.
Right, but it's not really even an advantage. You can't say that I have 10 million in the electrical fund to help offset.
Well, I mean, so the emergency, I don't know. I don't know that I discount it completely. I mean, having money set aside for a capital emergency or an unanticipated spike in energy or water supply costs, I think is, I mean, that's better than not having it.
True, but you can't necessarily reduce your rate because of it.
Right, well, and that's kind of why we're focused at the laser pointer here. Of course you won't, that doesn't even show up on the TV. That's kind of why I showed this at the bottom of the cash flows, because that's really the bottom line.
That's, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So this is just so we can see everything we've got. So if someone's like, well, you say you got 34 million and this only has what, so it's all on there. But the focus is really on being north of the 20% here. Okay. Cash flow for water. Talk through that. And then, let's see here. Oh, this just shows the raw water line. We talked about that. Reserve funds for water. Let's talk through that. Cash flow forecast. This is wastewater. Same look for wastewater. And then Bill touched on this a lot at the beginning, and just stop me if we need to stop, but we went through the process of allocating the costs, and basically the idea is to align the cost recovery with the rates for each class, the way we incur the costs by class with the revenues that we get from each class. So we went through those steps. We talked a lot about that in March in detail. We'll write a similar technical memorandum for that, going through that in detail. And then just in terms of rate design, we talked about the fixed charge. So there's really a few considerations. There's a sense of the fixed charge is high, especially when you add up all four. Is there room to reduce that to reduce the impact? That does, what you do with the fixed charge does impact people's water use habits. So a really high fixed charge means, well, geez, I got to pay, $37 a month no matter how much water I use, so maybe I won't worry about it. If you push more into that volume charge or reduce the amount that's fixed, people have more control over their bill and they have more incentive to use water responsibly. So that's another consideration when you have a high fixed charge. Cost of service is a question. Do we want to go to cost of service? How do we want to get there? We don't have to have rates that exactly align with cost of service. We can, but we don't have to. We don't have to get there in 1 year. We don't have to get there in 5 years. We could go part of the way there and reassess. I just had a similar conversation with another client, said, hey, let's just take a step in the right direction. So that's a consideration. And then a big piece of that is what's charged to the city. And the city to the extent that city accounts are charged more, that money's got to come from somewhere. That's got to be factored into their budget. So there's some balancing that has to be considered there. And our initial recommendation is if we're going to go to cost of service, we should phase it in over a period of time. And we were looking at 5 years, starting in 22. So these just show the differences. Yep.
The one thing on this, I don't know, I just want to point out to the committee to see and make sure that I'm not misunderstanding it, but if we do a cost of service, and we did reduce the rate at 3%, right now you're suggesting that the residential rate is 13.5% higher than everybody else. So the residential rate, which is, make sure I'm saying this right, you would reducing it by 3%, but over a 5-year period, you're going to increase it by back to 13.
If we want to go to cost of service by class, correct.
I just want to make sure that the committee saw that.
Yep.
So we want to make sure.
Right. Well, and that's a good point, Bill. So I think it'll be helpful to look at a combined bill, because I'm assuming if we do it, we'll kind of look at everything total. And in terms of the bill the customer sees, and I haven't done the math on this in a while, but I suspect that even with that 13.5% increase over time, that $10 reduction is a pretty hefty reduction to the typical customer water bill. So there's at least some offsetting there, even though that energy rate goes up over time. So that's something to consider. I'm not saying the one offsets the other, or they're net
But look at the
lower.
cost of service,
Right.
because that's a 31% decrease.
Oh, right. Yes, that's a good. No, that's a good point. Yeah. So I was just talking about the $10 reduction. So if we go, and we can go back if we need to, residential water needs to go down pretty significantly. So you kind of have to take it all together. Yes. So that's a 31% decrease in addition to the $10.
I guess the one thing would be is I don't remember seeing in March or in either one of the documents here is how this would be implemented. So basically you would have to have some rate structure to try to offset all of these.
Right. So what you'd have to do is, so our thought was we reduce the fixed charge, keep it where it is, and basically balance with the volume with the volume charges or the kilowatt hour charge for electric. And yeah, you'll have to make adjustments in each year so that you still recover the same amount of revenue. So it won't be exactly an even change in each year. Otherwise, you'll under recover in that year. Yeah, we'll need to develop a plan that,
Yeah,
a 5-year plan that shows
the other thing, just since you're on this slide, it really brings it up more. You can only reduce it to the residents if the city pays their full share.
Yes.
And right now, that's the thing I want to get to at the very end. There's a resolution about that. So we really have to look at the resolution to see if we can do that.
That's one of the decision points, yes.
So it's got to be a care. The other one's not city-based. City doesn't make as big a difference as it does in the water.
Right.
So that's another factor we just got to be careful of is all.
Yes. Okay. This just shows the reduction in the charge. And then wastewater, things are relatively simple there. We get to the recommendations. We just talked about this, so the energy rate and then holding the customer charges and demand charges constant, and then a 5-year phase-in of energy rates to achieve cost of service. And then we go back over these on the last slide, so I just click through them here. The reduction in service charge we talked about. And then we didn't really talk about this, but we have different charges for residential and non-residential meters, and they're typically the same. So that's one thing we could do is make them the same. It's by size. And then hold that constant through fiscal 26, and then a 5-year phase-in to achieve cost of service. Wastewater rates. Hold the charges fixed, and then one thing we have here, it doesn't make a huge difference, but we have an inclining block wastewater rate structure, which the intent may be to encourage conservation, but there's not really a cost justification for charging higher wastewater rates at certain levels of usage, other than just we want to send an even higher conservation signal than our inclining block water rates, because our sewer system isn't really, designed in the way the water system is, that we need to design around peak usage. There's peak flow, but it's not related to not as much related to how much water someone's using or wastewater someone's discharging. Okay, and then we are at the summary slide. So I know we've got questions on some clarifications, some things to double check, but in general, I think kind of this sums up the major decision points, assuming we get the weeds weeded. This is kind of where we're at, that as we move towards a decision, these are kind of the bigger policy decisions for the group to think about.
I think this would be a good, because basically that's it, right?
That's it.
So it might not hurt to discuss this a little bit to sort of get our bearings on this as we are a committee, and then be a little more prepared for the next meetings. Did anybody have any questions or thoughts on the overall aspect? I'm gonna be bad and go around the area just to be on the safe side. Martin, did you have any specific thoughts?
No, I don't.
Greg?
I think one of the bullet points that I'm really adamant about is the franchise fee, because it was talked about on the electrical side of the house. Okay, the city charging us a franchise fee of 5%. What about the sewer lines and the water lines in the street? Are they going to get charged a franchise fee? See, we're a municipality. That's the cost of doing business at zero profit for our customers / property owners. Okay, so that has to be taken off the board. Okay, and that's all I've got on this one right now.
George?
I just had a comment in answer to Greg's thing. I think it's a mistake to compare our rates to California. Boulder City exports 20 times as much energy as it uses. If California was Boulder City, it would be powering the United States and the EU. So it's not reasonable to just go, across the border and say, well, they pay more. They're not like us. They're totally different.
No, I'm comparing municipalities. That's what I'm comparing as a municipality. I don't care if you're a municipality of 10 million people or a municipality of 1 million people or whatever. As municipality is to serve the citizens of the community that they live in. If you're for profit, which is where all the energy is getting exported to, because I built those solar plants down in El Dorado Valley and I connected into the grid, and every single company down there gets a wheeling charge for every kilowatt of solar and megawatt of solar through those farms. Because believe it or not, George, LA Water and Power's got the largest transmission lines going across the desert Southwest. Everybody's tying into them, and you haven't seen nothing yet. Wait until they build the Transwest Express project. 3,000 megawatts being shipped from Wyoming down into Nevada so they can connect into the rest of the West Coast. And you know who owns 2 of the 3 lines? LA Water and Power.
Well, I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just saying there's a reason gasoline is cheaper in Saudi Arabia than it is in France, because, they create it and we create energy here.
Howard?
I'm okay. I think it's a good report. Thanks for putting it together, guys.
Eileen?
I have a question on the cost of service. Is there any way I can get more of the detail as to how that's calculated?
Yeah, go back to the March, you want to look at the March presentation. There's a lot more details in those slides. And then our next step will be to do a similar tech memo on cost of service. And then we'll go up the rates. But I would suggest, you take a look at that March presentation, and that will give you how the costs are allocated among the different components.
It's still pretty confusing in the March. I tried to follow that myself, and I went back a little bit to it. But I don't know if there's additional information, or just even if we can get the spreadsheets associated with that, so we can sort of understand the numbers a little better, might be helpful.
I think the memo will go a long way to.
And maybe I think the recording is still. I think it was videotaped, that presentation. So you can't listen to that presentation again, because there was a lot of discussion, presentation, words to go, so it's not just the slides. So I think the slides alone might be difficult for somewhat still rookies in this whole process of rate making.
And then I tend to agree with Greg on the 5% franchise fee. By adjusting the rates that we charge the city so that they're paying the same rate everybody else is, the franchise fee is just a way of taking the money back from the utility funds. And I understand trying to equalize, but if you take on one hand and give on the other, you're not really accomplishing anything. So that's just my 2 cents.
I've got quite a few. I guess the one we can just say, if we can just get some additional data on that, because between revenues, expenses, and the unrestricted cash, trying to get those updated. But did I understand correctly, you were going to ask for the actual data for 2020?
Yes, we've got some things already, but yes.
Okay, so is that something you can send, or Dennis can send to us as a committee? Just send us an email?
Yeah, I think we've been uploading everything we've been provided to that FTP site, but if you don't want to go looking for it, I don't see why it'd be an issue just to email it.
Well, I'm hoping he would update these documents with that, is what I'm hoping. Is that what you're, so you
yes,
have the
no,
financial?
we'll update based on the fund balances, and to the extent that we need to modify the revenue forecast, that would be updated as well. The budgets and the expense forecast, unless we find something that needs to be changed, there wouldn't necessarily be anything we change based on the actuals.
Well, it's just a matter of one thing, I guess, before this is all over, is what the next meeting is thought to be. And a lot of times, we've only got, if the data is sent to us on Wednesday or Thursday, and then the meeting's the next Wednesday, it's not a whole lot of time to really go through a lot of the data. That's why I'm asking as soon as possible. So,
Sure.
I'm not trying to rush you, just.
No, I didn't, right. Understood.
The proposed cost of service results, and I think to answer some of the other ones, I would suggest, I think we've sort of talked a little bit, what we've really talked, and it's just something to think out for the committee, is that maybe we really need to look at it more in the future. So instead of starting it in 22, we push it a little further out even, so we can get a better understanding of what exactly it is. So maybe that's one thing, is, you know, we can look at the electric rate and the water, but the cost of service aspect is a little bit. Now, if that puts us into a point with what the city does, I think that's fair too, but also we need to look at the resolution before we can say, can the city, the resolution can be changed, but it still would be nice to understand what the resolution says. So, Dennis, can that be something you can send to the committee?
Yeah, I can get you the resolution. It's pretty simple. It basically just says the city pays the wholesale rate.
Okay, well, so if we could send it to the, yeah, that'd be great. So that, but I don't know, I guess as a quick thing, with the committee, because I don't want to, if we come back in a couple months and say, let's start the cost of service, I don't feel comfortable with sending a report to the city council saying that's a good idea. Am I off base here?
I think the city should be paying the wholesale rates. I think that should be enacted right away. But the changing of the rates to cost of service, I think, should be extended out over several years.
But I don't think we should start on even 22. I think let's get a little more look at it. So if we're trying to do sort of a package deal, I'd like to sort of separate that one out and say, let's look at it a little more in the future.
I've got one thing. Cost of service to the city, I don't think is going to be a real sellable item, because all people in Boulder City benefit from the parks, the greenways, or the green belts, and everything else. So if they're at least paying the recoverable wholesale rate, okay, and then if we have a break or a breakage or something, they're going to have to pay for the repairs out of their pocket, not out of the water budget, the electric budget, or whatever, because we're already giving them a wholesale rate on their electricity and water. Okay, so along with that should be, hey, if it breaks, you got to fix it out of your pocket.
I can see both ways. So as far as the city doing certain things, I think we can, but the overall cost of service to all the different entities, it's just a little hard sell for me right now, and I just don't, I need more data, and I'm not sure the data is going to be available by the next meeting to sort of figure it out to say yay or nay.
Maybe to add another option would be to the city maintain, as we have in this list on the last slide, maintain the resolution with regard to city accounts for electric and water services, but then everyone else move, because there's still some cost of service differences. And yeah, I was thinking we presented that back in March as well as an alternative to the impact on including the city accounts. But we have that, and we can provide that to you. So you say, well, if we kept the city under the resolution, wholesale rates for water and the average purchase cost of energy for electricity, then here's what the cost of service impacts would be for all the other customer classes.
I'm just trying, because I still think I would probably prefer saying, let's stall on the cost of service aspect. And so if we were to put something out to I'm just trying to get an idea to the group, because I would think if we need to put a report to the city council pretty soon. And I would sort of say, let's stall on the overall cost of now, just stall for that. That wouldn't be part of this report, but we look at the other stuff. We say we need to see more data. So just so people can think about it, if I'm totally wrong, then I'll back down. But I think it's something we want to take a little more time to review.
because we're paying for this report, I don't feel the cost of service idea should be shelved. I think it should come in as part of the report, and then we can pull it out of the report and shelve it ourselves, or city council can shelve it. But to have the data in front of you, rather than having to come back a year from now, rehire them to do an analysis of it, I think we've got to have some benchmark to start from. You know, for example, I witnessed city employees pulling out the backflow regulators on the parks out here. What are you doing? Oh, we don't need that anymore. Where's the meter? Oh, there is no meter. We just run them. You know, so that's how they're doing it right now.
Okay, maybe I'm making sure I'm understanding correctly. First off, we've got what the city pays now and what the suggestion at cost there. We also have the aspects, well, I guess let me start with the beginning. I'm not asking them to drop anything out of the report. I'm not asking for that. I'm just saying what we agree to going forward, or what we say we want to start right now. So as far as the different commercial classes, the residential classes being cost of service, I would like a little more time to start that. Because basically, if we agree to it, then we would be voting on that possibly in November, this November, because we're doing a tentative vote for the 2022 budget. So that's why I'd like to stall. So I'm not asking them to reduce it, take it out of the report. It's just all we can do is we could take the report a year later, dust it off, and say, okay, now let's make sure we understand what we got. Get the best data we can, and then go forward. But to me, that seems to be the most confusing issue, and we're doing several things at one time, whereas it's different from what we've done in the past. And so to start it in 22 seems a little bit of a big chunk.
There we go. I think we should do what Greg's saying. Look at it effectively and then make a decision to keep it in the report or not. So I think we're all on the same page on that. I think it's something it seems to be an important piece of this. Let's not forget about it, that's all. So
again, I'm saying don't take it out of the report. I've never said that, so that's one thing I want to clarify. We keep everything in the report. It's just a matter of what we recommend from that report going forward. Okay.
I agree with that, and that would take and bring us into section 5, which is the timescales. And so we'll get the report back, and we can pull out of the report what we recommend and what we recommend delaying until a later time. That's fine, but we've got to, this is the best document that I've seen in all the years I've lived here, and I've got piles of 3-ring binders at the garage of everything going back 15 years. And this, by far, is the best report I've seen so far.
No, I agree with that.
And so I understand, but we're not, but see, you're talking about putting this into practice. We're not. We just want to finish the report up and get it to where we've got the data that we can take and make an intelligent decision on. That's all I want to do. I'm not saying to implement this idea of charging the city services area for water and electricity at the retail rate. You know, because there's a lot of things they do on the side that we all benefit from, but I just want to get it in a document that is looking at it from an outsider's viewpoint to where, hey, this is what everybody else is doing, and these are different ways you can do things to get where you want to go.
I can agree with that. I must have said something differently, and I apologize. So the next step is between Dennis and the consultant, what type of time frame would we be getting together? Because my recommendation is I would state in the future, the last comment, but I'll bring it up here too, is that I don't know if we want finance in the meeting or if we have a separate meeting with finance to start off with, but I think we should have city council. So the next would be another workshop to include city council so we can discuss some issues with city council also. So what type of time frame are we looking at?
And I'll have Bill help me with a little bit, just based on the amount of questions that were asked, but I would like to think we could do this either at that same date as the special meeting or the next meeting, or sometime close to that in next month.
So you're thinking if we have a meeting on of the first Wednesday of October?
Right. Then we could make that the joint meeting.
If we did it as a workshop to say, okay, if it gives ratefists enough time to get with the data, then, because that's only
Right.
3 weeks away.
That's why I want him to chime in a little bit.
It's only a few weeks from now, which is going to be challenged. So I think part of it is there's when you want to have a full report.
Right.
I don't think we can do that for 30 to 60 days.
So
Coupled with the analysis, but we can have the meeting. Perhaps we could have the meeting without having not yet having a full complete report.
And that's kind of what I'm thinking for this committee. It's kind of be tough to have a full report with rate recommendations fully defined if we don't know what the policy decisions are going to be. So what I would prefer to do is have that workshop as soon as possible, whether we have all the data or not, so at least we can throw these policy issues out there for council to also consider. Because those are really the big ones. I don't think the $10 reduction in the water service charge is going to be a challenge for anybody to decide whether that's a good idea or not. I think that's probably easy to do. If we're going to reduce the energy charge, that's, nobody's going to say no to that. They may want more or not at all, but the rate consultant's not recommending that. So really it comes down to a couple of the other policy decisions that are tied to the cost of service.
No, that sounds good. I think if we have a true workshop, so I would suggest we have a workshop and not put it part of as a meeting.
And what I would even further suggest is that we don't even get close to this level of detail with those folks. That's why you guys are here. They made you do that instead of them. So we can work on what that presentation looks like, and I anticipate it would be much shorter with much less detail.
And that I agree with
because
that.
I really think we need to bring this to a conclusion. And you know what you and I talked about, I want to focus on completing this project and getting those recommendations codified, and we're done.
Yeah, so maybe what was my misstatement was that I don't want to hold anything back that would affect finishing the report.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's a matter of us understanding and having the time to talk
Right.
and discuss things as a committee to say what we recommend from the report. So
Right.
that's what I was trying to get
And it
at.
may be as simple as you get some of the feedback from council, and then you can come back with what your recommendations are directly to council.
Well, that sounds good. So I agree. So if we set up a meeting in early October, so we have the meeting, so we have 2 meetings in October.
Yes.
So we have a regular meeting, we've got to get back to a regular meeting schedule. And then we have a workshop, and we do the workshop. So then we just got to figure out and we could even possibly put an agenda item, which we'll get to that, I guess, but to say, have a small discussion on what we think is the best way to do it at a higher level instead of to make it easier for all of us to work with at that workshop.
Right. And I know you wouldn't probably like this idea, but what I was considering is if we know that September 1st meeting and Wednesday, we'd do that workshop right then, that soon.
You mean talk about the October?
October.
Yeah. So you're talking about a workshop instead of another meeting?
Yeah, and then we could just have another meeting at another date in October.
Yeah, let's get to the agenda item, and then we just got one thing and a comment on that, and then we can make sure on that.
And then the other thing I would highly suggest you think about is we don't do a 1-year recommendation. It should be a 3-year or 5-year recommendation, because you don't want to come back and do this every year. I've never seen that done anywhere. That doesn't mean you can't bring it back and study it, look at the numbers, see what's going on annually. But I would recommend it's a 3-year plan or a 5-year plan. That's something to think about.
But then we have to rewrite the resolution because it says annually review.
So you'd still only review it, but you wouldn't do a rate study every year.
Oh, no, I don't think anyone was proposing that.
Yeah.
That wasn't on the cards at all.
No,
Yeah,
but if
okay.
we only did 1 year of rates, recommendations, you would have to come back with something.
Oh, okay.
So, and it could be that annual review, and you give a report to city council that says everything's tracking like, yeah.
So if I might add, Dennis, that part of that is going to be driven by policy decisions that need to be made. So when you think about, for the consultant, being able to get some policy decisions early on in the process to help refine the analysis and even reflect those policies in the report so that there's no disconnects or discontinuities between what the governing body wants to do and what the consultant is advising. And so that if we say, we'll do the $10 reduction in the base service charge for water and a 3% reduction in the energy fee and do status quo for everything else, then we're done. There's no additional rates changes that need to be made over the next 5 or 6 years. If you say, well, we want to move toward cost of service for everyone but city accounts. So we take the city accounts and we rejigger the total cost of service and then do that over 5 years beginning in 2023. If that advice is, hey, we don't want to start until 2023 and then move a 10% move per year beginning in 2023, move in that right direction, then we can actually calculate rates for the following 3 years to meet that objective. So getting that kind of advice from the governing body is very informative to the consultant in providing the analytical elements for their final decisions.
Yeah, the committee, I agree with the committee, so if we can do it so you'll check in to make sure that there's no problem with the first Monday in October, first Wednesday in October.
I expect there will be because we grabbed that date and there was never any other committees and not all the committees are able to meet, so.
And then if you check.
I'm pretty comfortable it's available, but I just need to verify.
And then check with council.
Right. So we'll send an email out to see if they're available for that date.
And if I may add one thing, can we start a little bit earlier because we're going to have the governing body here?
I would love to.
Let's see if we can get that done also.
How early can you start?
Great idea.
Howard,
Probably, which is one day, 2, 3.
Okay, because everybody else have
As long as I know in advance, I can make it.
does anybody else have an issue? George, do you? Okay, I think the rest of us are okay, so, and I think Ned's the same way. Hopefully we can get Ned here next time, so.
So, if they're gonna be coming in, they need time to get here, so I would say like 1:30 or something like that. But we can talk about that.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. So again, thank you very much, and I do, and I know the committee is quite that appreciate the hard work, and there is a lot of hard work, and it is a good report. It was just a matter of just confirming some of the data. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Since we're short on time, do we want to go to 5, or do we want to put 5 off? So 5 is the time scale for completing and drafting reports. It's more, we're going to have a meeting so we can discuss this. We need to have it where we can just actually have time to discuss it. And lately, every time we've had it, we've been at the end of our time. So we're going to have to get a meeting where we've reduced the agenda to pretty much work on this.
Yeah, and as I've kind of discussed, we're getting towards the end of their contract and we need to wrap it up. So I'd like to continue to focus on the rate study and the financial plan. And not that I'm wanting to push other issues out, but this one is really the most important thing going on right now. So I think you and I can talk about some of that, because I don't think you'll need to draft a report as it relates to the rate study. I mean, we got the consultant, we're gonna have the workshop. You may draft up your final recommendations and we can help with that. But I wouldn't do that as the detailed report you're talking to, but that's up to the committee. It's not up to me. Because I'm seeing two different reports, one that says, here's everything we've done as a committee, but here's our recommendations with regard to the rates being separate. But George is shaking his head, so I don't know if he agrees.
Okay, so so the next meeting, okay, so how do we deal with 5 tonight? How do we deal with 5 tonight? Does anybody have any thoughts? Or do we skip over 5 and go to the future agenda so we can figure out how to best deal with the next month or two?
Well, and George and you and maybe others had chimed in and drafted that report. I don't know why that couldn't continue to be worked on by the committee. But I do think that the recommendations with regard to the rate study should be separate.
Well, the report that we started, you sent pretty much what I wrote is what I got back.
Right.
And so there wasn't input from the committee. So I either need to write a lot more in it, but we need time to talk as a committee. We have to be in the meeting here to do that. So that's why I'm confused on that report. Right. So to separate the two, I don't have a problem with that. Whatever we can, we need to figure out what the committee agrees that what needs to go forward at what time frame. That's, I guess, what we need to agree on.
Well, let me ask this of the committee. Would it be helpful to send that back out for the committee to review?
You were talking about the report.
Their report that was already drafted.
At the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I guess it was at the beginning of the year.
How much changed? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How much changed on the report that I was helping you on, George?
Well, everything got stalled, so I don't know. I mean, we're supposed to deliver these reports once a year. We haven't done that. I think that's problematic, but we can discuss that later.
Right.
We did do one report. We did deliver one report.
Yep. No, we didn't. We did not deliver a report. We did not deliver the report to the city council.
Yeah,
what was the report that you delivered to the city council in January?
I didn't deliver it to the city council.
Yes, you.
Nope, time out. It was not delivered. Okay, I know it wasn't delivered because I worked on it with him, and it wasn't delivered, and I missed that meeting, and then went and looked at the minutes for the last meeting that we had as a committee because I was absent, and there's nothing on there and that's why I'm asking. That report is done.
We had a report that was either done in December or January that George took at a city council meeting and did a very basic report.
Oh, that one, yeah.
So we had a report.
But
that wasn't a report. That was just work in progress, and we're going to deliver the reports at a later date. That was just saying we haven't done anything.
And the report you did with George is completely different than the report that was George started. I added to it. We sent it out. Things got stalled.
But what I'm saying is that report, other than an update on the Boulder City tap transformer and a 69 kV loop, could be handed to City Council, and that's now off our plate as a report for the committee to hand to City Council.
Okay, that was a specific report, I believe. That's different than what we were just talking about. What we could do is, if you want to send that to Dennis, and then have him send it out. Because Dennis, did you send that one report just to me, or was it to everybody? I'm trying to remember.
I think I just sent it to you.
I think you did. Why don't you send the report you sent to me? Because it was Greg and I both, George and I both had put people's names down for a possibility of aspects. We can see if we can do things individually on the side and then try to go forward. And so if you can send George or Greg, send the one data, the one you did more on the I think it was the transformer or something like that. If you can do more on that one, then that can be incorporated. Because I've been looking at it, and what I started doing was I started going back to all of the meetings we had. Right. And I've been trying to take all the data that should help us and the council, as for instance the okay, here's how much water we use, here's what's under contract and stuff like that, here's a little bit of energy and stuff like that. And I guess we can put that in a report, but that's gonna be different than what we started with, so that's
Right.
why I would like to sit down, and we're gonna need, I think we'd need a minimum of an hour to say, here's some piece of this, here's a piece of this, how do we combine it?
Right.
Who can write what, where,
Well,
and how?
and the other thing I think you might want to consider is, for the purposes of city council, maybe you provide them a report to them directly, but maybe it is just a presentation from the committee that gives the highlights
Yeah, I guess we'll have to put it, because if it's.
at a city council meeting.
Right, and but with their schedule, it'd be the same problem we have, is we'd have to do something pretty slim, because from what I can see, it seems like last night, there's no time in the meeting.
No, I mean, I think we should provide written reports. I mean, I went all the way up to the Attorney General, and they said writing written reports was the way we should do it, but they didn't have the final word. It's just what the guy recommended. So I think we should do that.
Well, I don't have a problem with the written report. I'm just suggesting a short presentation to city council. I think they would appreciate, because then they can ask you questions directly on the dais.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. We should do presentations. I don't mind if you have a problem with it or not, but I think that's what we should do, yeah.
So to me, that's good enough for number 5.
Okay, we'll go to number 6, and discussion of future agenda. Does anybody have any suggestions for future agendas? I got a few, but if anybody's.
Are we talking about a formal meeting, or are we talking about a workshop?
Well, I guess
I think this one would be more related to the regular meeting.
yeah, we have 3 things going on. We have, so if everybody agrees, so we can talk now on the agenda item. If everybody agrees, the next meeting will be just a
Joint workshop.
And so we haven't had time to talk any regular meetings. Does anybody have any problems with the next meeting being a workshop and not a regular meeting where we can't vote on anything? Okay, so I'm just gonna go around. Eileen? Howard? George, Greg, and, okay, so then.
And as we've done in the past, we can just work on an agenda for that next meeting between now and then.
Okay, so we'll just do a workshop, so now that's taken care of. Now we'll have to have a regular meeting somewhere along the line, and we need some agenda items for that. And then we've got to figure out how we get back on schedule. Because one thing that I thought for an agenda, if it helps, is that if we can have Dennis, at one point we had it, I guess, is where it's the utility director's report and or update. And if that can, so that we can bring some of these issues, so that'd be one way to bring it back, is to say, okay, here's the update on this issue.
Be happy to do that.
And so that would be an action item. I mean, that would be a agenda item, if that sounds reasonable to everybody.
For which meeting?
For actually both meetings, I think it would be good just to have for it, because if he has something great, if he doesn't, it says, okay, nothing there. It leaves us a spot for him to update us on things if the agenda is a little too specific.
Well, 69 kV tile line's done, the Boulder City tap's complete.
Yep.
Currently on main to water line, put copper replacements in several areas. In fact, they dug a hydrant out in our neighborhood again. So they're gonna be fixing the valves on the hydrants.
That's report.
Boulder City tap is complete. The transformer's in service. The 69 kV loop is complete in service. Water side is contracted out to replace some hydrants and some valves that couldn't be shut off in the street. There are copper water line main replacements to residentials are being worked on right now. And it's looking good.
So is that something we can do? Do you have to put something out to the public ahead of time to know the general idea, or can you just bring it up? Is that specific enough that you can just bring up a lot of
I think if it's just a director's update, that doesn't have to have anything.
Okay, so I'd like to put it on the agenda, and if it gets, because we got to keep these, we got to start reducing the agenda, but hopefully that would help us to add to it, add things. So nowadays, I think what we're looking at is we got to get back on what, we got to get to the budget, and we got to get to the CIP issues, right?
Yep.
Now, are we, because is the budget first, or is the capital first to be voted on?
I believe it is the capital, but I'll get with finance and I'm sure they have the schedule drafted. or close to drafted for those timelines, so we can get that.
Because we do both.
We can have that available.
Because we talk about the utility prop, so we get to the revenues and the expenditures, right? And then we also do the SIP, aren't we asked to look at?
We'll look at the operating
aspects?
the operating budget's usually looked at separately from the CIP.
Right, but
They start, like you said, they start in November.
right, so we're already behind the game, because if we're gonna, who knows how much time we'll have in October, so we might be able to put that in October's agenda, maybe not.
Right.
So I guess since everybody's really fidgeting, then the best thing to do is that we will put, so for the next agenda item, do we put 5 on the next agenda item or leave it off, but put the future agenda item on? So 5 is the report. So in the workshop next time, do we just put it as only the presentation? But I think we should have at least the agenda item, because we can say what we're gonna do next. But do we want to try to talk about the report?
I wouldn't. I think we need to not take I guess they could leave, but I think since we're going to have city council there, we would want to.
Okay, so what I'm looking
do
at, I'm
that.
just trying to make sure I'm looking at it right. We would be, there'd be no minutes, it's a workshop, no discussion of the past minutes. We would go a presentation on the update of the city, of the rate study. And we would do, well, whatever the best way to do that, and discussion of future agenda items. That way we can get ready for the next meeting.
Yep. So I can draft that up and send out for everybody to comment on.
Okay, so we're looking at 2 or 3 at the most.
Yep.
Okay, so everybody, we're on the same page?
Yes,
Okay.
I have a couple of items I want to discuss. I think we should elect a chair once a year. So I think we should put that on the agenda to have an election of a chair.
You can't do that in the workshop.
We can't do it at the workshop, but we can do it at the next regular meeting.
Yeah, so, okay, so let's do that at the next regular meeting.
Boy, for some reason I thought we did that, but.
No, we didn't do it, and I have concerns with the way these meetings are run. And secondly, I was asked in May by Councilwoman Folder about an issue about WAPA cost increases. I tried to put it on the agenda for this meeting, and Dennis just summarily deleted it. And I don't think that's right. I think we as committee members should have a say in the agenda for these meetings. I've always been very respectful of Dennis. He knows infinitely more about utilities than I do, and he's a professional, but nevertheless, we're here to be an independent body. When a councilman asks me a question, the first thing I said to them was go to the experts. She wasn't satisfied and came back to me. And then I said, well, let's discuss it and see if we can. We're a utility advisory committee. We're supposed to independently advise council members, independently. So I'd like to see that item on the agenda so that we can, Greg says he has some input, and let's hear what he has to say in a public discussion.
But it can't be added as an agenda item in a workshop.
Well, let's do it for the next meeting. Let's see how long we can.
That's what we're trying to nail down, is we've got certain time scales that we have to take and hit. And one of them is, in November, we're going to be bombarded with a capital improvement program, and we're going to be bombarded with city council wanting recommendations of other items. And so, yes, I agree. I've got the data here. I can show you step by step, line by line, as to why there's an additional cost for the Boulder City tap. And that was an oversight of past utility managers and utility personnel. When you are buying a product from another party that doesn't have a concern until the very last minute of what's going to happen, that's when the minutia hits the fan.
Well, we don't have to discuss this now, but I'd like to see it discussed at the next meeting. And if anyone objects, and it's a question that was asked to me by a councilman. I didn't know the answer. Let's give them their answer. We've had 5 hours of meetings. I think in 5 minutes you can answer it. It doesn't have to take hours. But that's what we're here to do. We're here to advise the city council when they have questions. So this is a question about utilities. Let's do it. I don't see why this is problematic.
There's no problem except for we're having workshops and not formal meetings.
No, I'm talking about the formal meeting. Let's put it on the agenda for the next formal meeting.
And when is that next formal meeting going to occur?
We don't know that answer yet.
Oh, whenever it occurs. Let's see how long it can take to answer a question from a councilman that was asked last May.
Right.
You know, maybe it'll be next May, I don't know. But let's put it for the next meeting. We've got two items. One, election of chair. Two, discussion of this WAPA item.
Right.
Sorry, I'm being a bit forceful. It's, we all want what's best for the city, I understand.
And I wrote in my email my opinion on that, and so you have that, but.
Yeah, but, you know, anyway, people are tired. I'm happy to discuss that with you.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so,
If there's anybody on the line, no, I guess we're just gonna close down the action item. The number 6 is done, so we're to the public comment. Is there anybody out there still that has any additional comments? Just give them a few beats to make. I'm sure we have. Just making a few beats. Okay, then I guess I will take a motion to adjourn. I guess we can at least vote on to adjourn or not. Everybody agrees to vote. Everybody agrees at least to adjourn. Okay, the meeting's closed at 8:07.